Okay, because of our tech issues, we're going to start about 5 minutes late. We're going to move everybody in that's overflow into the training room so they can actually watch live and hear us. So just everybody please be patient while we get this tech stuff sorted out. Thank you. Do we need chairs? I hope everybody doesn't have to haul their own chairs.
I mean, the metal chairs did come from there.
No, they didn't.
They don't?
There are wheelchairs in that one, like chairs with wheels
yeah.
over there now. So,
Those were the ones that were along
I mean, there's
the
not
wall.
enough for everybody, but I don't think everybody's
We should
without a
probably get
chair.
that fixed. I mean, we should just get it fixed in general.
Yeah. Well, we just had this whole place upgraded, what, 4 years ago? That was all supposed to be fixed, and it's already broken again.
Yeah, it's the second meeting. So
Oh, no, what I mean is like,
yeah.
that was supposed to be our cure-all for years. And it's been 3 or 4?
Probably just the volume button's not turned up. I mean, usually something silly like that.
Do you need any help, Sarah? Do you need any help?
Don't rush, Sarah. Don't rush, Sarah. I start the meeting. You can get your stuff settled. Twisting an ankle running back and forth. I think the big chairs disappeared. I think they disappeared. The big chairs that are usually off to the side, I think they disappeared,
Oh.
like into that room.
Oh, okay. She did.
Expert in wastewater treatment.
No, I know, that's the one thing that I laugh about with my
Right?
Single largest contractor.
Interesting.
We're going to be on a 20-second delay, though, so we'll just wait. And for any public comment or anything, we'll give extra time for approaching the podium and things. You're fine. Do you need me to test it, or are we good? Give me a thumbs up when you're settled then. Are you?
No, but that's fine.
I'll give you a second. Do we need to test the audio in here for them in there, or do we think we're good?
Yeah, do you want me to, I can just talk for a little bit if you want to see.
Well, yeah.
I'm just gonna count to 100 and see if the audio goes
We
through
could
in
sing
there.
Lance happy birthday.
Yeah, you wanna sing
Actually,
happy
I-
birthday?
It's
to
Lance, great timing today. We have to test the audio and give them a second to check the delay. So we're going to sing happy birthday to you as a crowd.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lance. Happy birthday to you.
Are you
No.
one?
Are you
No,
two?
are you-
Are you three?
Now we're going to give it a 20-second delay to make sure that they get it over there. And then we'll be able to start the meeting in just a minute here. So thank you, everyone, for your patience while we're accommodating everybody so that everybody can participate. So thank you.
Lance, I feel like you hated that, but I really.
We appreciate
wish
you.
for that. I
We-
was like, this will be so
We
fun.
appreciate you playing. We are live.
I love each and every one of you.
That's because I was leaning away from the mic. So, okay, thank you everyone for your patience with that. I'm going to call to order our regular city commission meeting of Monday, April 20th. Everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We begin, as always, by acknowledging the land on which we gather as the territory of the Ottawa and Chippewa peoples who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. Thank you for your strength and resilience in protecting this land and inspiring us to uphold our responsibilities to do the same. With that, I'm also going to give a quick note. We did just acknowledge Lance's birthday. We thank him for joining us for important business. But also, I know that the city manager will get to this in his notes, but on behalf of the entire commission, I know I don't say this without the support of everybody behind me, but we wanted to acknowledge this is the last week of Chief Tuller's years of dedicated service to our community, and he is here today, so we just wanted to say that especially for him, and thank you so much for all your service, Chief. He has great stories about his first run with my dad, so I had to especially call that out. So with that, we will now move on to our regular order of business for roll call. Can you please do that, Sarah?
Yes. Commissioner Bomer?
Here.
Commissioner Shaw? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ness? Here. Commissioner Treadwell?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Funk?
Here.
Mayor?
Here. And with that, I will, as said, hand it over for announcements from the city manager.
Thank you. Yes, just some announcements for this week, the week of April 20th. As everyone is aware, the city and our region experienced significant flooding, historic flooding, and I just want to express gratitude to the community. I heard a lot of stories about neighbors helping neighbors in ways that were really very touching, and we're grateful that we made it through that event without loss of life and with limited injury. And while the impacts have been substantial, I just want to acknowledge and express appreciation for the swift and coordinated response of city staff, first responders, Grand Traverse County, and other additional regional partners. It really was a team effort. Areas of concern within the city last week included significant erosion at the Fish Pass project site and in Lot K within the adjacent alley. As water levels have receded, these areas are now stabilized and they are under control. Additionally, a sinkhole developed in Lot A located in the alley north of the 100 block of East Front Street, and contractors are scheduled to begin addressing that area tomorrow. I've authorized a number of emergency purchases, which will come to the City Commission as confirming purchase orders, as your purchasing policy allows me in cases of emergency to authorize extraordinary expenses. Impacts were observed at the Brown Bridge Quiet area, and we encourage the public to visit the city's website under the news section for the latest updates. I, on behalf of the City of Traverse City, want to extend sincere gratitude to Frank Deturi, our Director of Public Services, who retired as of April 17th. Since joining the city team in 2018, Frank provided steady leadership across essential services and has a tremendous environmental conscience, and I'm grateful for his environmental stewardship and his lasting connection to the Boardman-Ottaway River. Frank's impact on the city's infrastructure and natural resources will be felt for years to come. And it's not a final goodbye. Frank will be supporting the city in about 2 months as a contracted employee to help see the Fish Pass project through completion. And additionally, with Frank's retirement, Department of Public Services has been reorganized by me. I've elevated the Streets Division and Garage Division to full departments. The city is pleased to congratulate Chris Weber and Joel Tapio on their new roles as directors, and I want to compliment Frank for his nurturing and development of a team that made that kind of reorganization possible. And lastly, this week, as the mayor mentioned, marks the end of an era as we bid farewell to Chief Tuller. Chief Tuller recently celebrated 36 years of dedicated service to the city. That'll be as of this Wednesday, on Wednesday, April 22nd, and will retire on Thursday, April 23rd. Throughout Chief Tuller's career, he's demonstrated steady leadership, professionalism, and he has a deep commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. He's also been a dedicated instructor, teaching numerous courses across the state of Michigan and across the region, and he is respected greatly for his knowledge, and he's helped make other communities safer because of him sharing his knowledge and the impacts of that some of us may never know, but they are extraordinary. The public is invited. Everyone is welcome to join us in celebrating Chief Tuller at a community open house on Friday, April 24th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. That's at Fire Station 1 on East Front Street. And again, thank you, Chief Tuller, for your wonderful service. So why don't we give him a round of applause?
And Frank. I didn't want to make Frank mad by mentioning him too individually, so I let you do that.
Great, thank you, and that's all that I've got.
But yes, we are bereft of two very good, experienced, longtime workers, and we're very appreciative to them.
Yes.
So with that, I will hand it over to Sarah for city clerk announcements, please.
Yep, just two quick meetings planned for this week. The Planning Commission has a special meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. here in the chambers, and then Hickory Hills Advisory is meeting on Thursday, the 23rd at 9 a.m. at the Lodge.
Thank you so much. Okay, with that, I will have you continue on to consent calendar, please.
The purpose of the consent calendar is to expedite business by grouping non-controversial items together to be dealt with by one commission motion without discussion. Any member of the commission, staff, or the public may ask that any item on the consent calendar be removed therefrom and placed elsewhere on the agenda for individual consideration by the commission, and such requests will be automatically respected. If an item is not removed from the consent calendar, the action noted in parentheses on the agenda is approved by a single commission action adopting the consent calendar. 1, consideration of approving the minutes of the April 2nd, 2026 and April 13th, 2026 meetings of the City Commission. Approval recommended. 2, consideration of adopting to make permanent a traffic control order for installation of permanent all-way stop sign at the southwest corner of Front Street. Approval recommended. 3, consideration of adopting to make permanent a traffic control order for installation of permanent mid-block pedestrian crosswalk signs on Pine between Front Street and State Street. Approval recommended. 4, consideration of adopting to make permanent traffic control order for permanent installation of stop sign at Red Drive and Silver Drive. Approval recommended. 5, consideration of adopting to make permanent a traffic control order for stop signs at Cottage View Drive and Silver Drive. Approval recommended. 6, consideration of enactment of an amendment to the Traverse City Code of Ordinances, which would rezone 523, 525, and 551 Munson Avenue from C2A Neighborhood Center conditionally zoned to C2 Neighborhood Center as recommended by the Planning Commission. Enactment recommended. 7, consideration of the enactment of an amendment to the Traverse City Code of Ordinance, which would update parking meter operations, clarify payment options, and revise related civil fine provisions. Enactment recommended. 8, consideration of authorizing the retiring of police canine dog Eno to be sold for $1 to his handler, Officer Logan Core. Approval recommended. 9, consideration of authorizing an amended purchase order for snow plowing and hauling services in downtown for the 2025-2026 winter season to increase the total amount as a result of recent major weather events. Approval recommended. 10, consideration of authorizing an amendment to the agreement with the National Cherry Festival for the 2026-2027 National Cherry Festival events. Approval recommended. Consideration of authorizing a request from Traverse City Food and Wine to allow for service of spirit tastings during its event in the west quadrant of the open space and to allow for the event duration for more than 3 days, August 19th, 2026 through August 23rd, 2026, and consideration of authorizing the city clerk to issue the related permit. Approval recommended. 12, consideration of authorizing an amendment to the agreement for critical building masonry and restoration repairs at the Front Street Lift Station for additional repairs and anti-graffiti coating. Approval recommended. 13, consideration of authorizing a contract for sidewalk construction project at Garfield Avenue. Approval recommended. 14, consideration of authorizing a contract for the 2026 Cape Seal project. Approval recommended. 15, consideration of authorizing a contract for the North Union Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project and consideration of authorizing a funding agreement with the Downtown Development Authority articulating the funding that will be provided by them for the North Union Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project. Approval recommended. 16, consideration of waiving the competitive bidding process and approving in concept the installation of 3 sculptures as part of the North Boardman Creative Initiative at 318 East 8th Street and 517 Railroad Avenue, the expenditure of public art trust fund dollars and the necessary documents as recommended by the Arts Commission. Approval recommended. 17, consideration of adopting a resolution to amend Act 51 certified street map to add in the new portion of Garland Street for purposes of Act 51 funding. Adoption recommended. 18, consideration of authorizing various documents in connection with settlement agreements related to the opioid litigation. Approval recommended.
Thank you for that litany. I'm just going to say, because I know we do have our satellite audience, as it were, that we will allow an extra couple of seconds after I open this up to the public, after turning to our commissioners. But if somebody in the overflow audience does have something they'd like to pull, please keep careful task and make your way up front so that we don't miss you, but also so that we don't have too much delay. So with that, though, I will turn to my commissioners. Is there any item anybody would like pulled? Laura?
Number 11.
Any others? Jackie?
Number 13, please.
Okay. 11, 13?
2.
2. Okay. Any others? Mitch?
9 and 15.
Okay. Any others? Seeing none, does any member of the audience want any item that is not 11, 13, 2, 9, or 15 pulled from the consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion, please.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as amended.
Thank you.
Support.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Geez. Opposed? Thank you. All right, we'll continue on then to number 11, and that is the Traverse City Food and Wine Festival. Laura, you had this pulled?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I pulled this from the consent calendar not because I'm opposed. I think the Food and Wine Festival is a great, well-run event, and I really appreciate their addition of the 2 free new public programs. However, I think it's important that the commission and the public have a bit more context on the full scope and impact of this event. First, the impact on the open space isn't just for 5 days. The actual application is for 9 days, from August 16th through August 24th, including the days for setup and tear down. And that's a limit that will limit public access to the open space. I think we need to be very transparent about these types of details when making a decision like this. Next, the Parks and Rec Commission approved this for 1 year only, with very clear questions about whether our high-impact event fees cover our city costs and whether or not this is cost neutral for the city. And I appreciate the Parks and Rec Commission and that they formed an ad hoc committee to study these issues further, not just for this event, but for all events held in our parks. And I look forward to that work coming back to us. So I just want to note, as we continue to host and hold these successful events in our public parks, it's important that we're clear-eyed about the impacts, public access, and full cost of the city. So again, I'm not planning on voting no tonight. I just think these are really important considerations to outline as we move forward and looking at high-impact events that are held in our parks.
Do we have other questions from commissioners at this time? Jackie?
I, like you, heard the very clearly from the Parks and Recs Commission about the one-year approval rather than being grandfathered in as a continuing high-impact event. Do we need to modify our motion to reflect that in any way?
No, the policy automatically requires for an event that's more than 3 days in duration, the event itself has to come before the city commission.
Thank you.
And can I ask a clarifying question? So will that be for every year? So next year, if the application, if we approve it tonight, and next year the application is for more than 3 days, it would still be required to come back to the city commission?
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Go ahead.
And
Heather.
would it be appropriate to add, on the days of setup and close down, if the open space, for example, isn't accessible to the public, shouldn't those days be included in?
They will be charged for all of the days. So that is their permit covers setup, actual event, and tear down. I'll acknowledge that perhaps in the future with the agenda wording, we'll make that even clearer so that folks don't have to kind of dig for that. But
Particularly if they're paying for it.
they are,
Yes.
yes,
So really, they're paying for a 9-day event, not a 5-day.
Yes.
correct.
Good point, Heather. Very good point. Other questions or a motion?
I can make the motion.
Thank you.
I move that the city clerk be authorized to approve an event duration of more than 3 days and the service of spirit tastings as part of the Parks and Public Land Use Permit in connection with use of the open space as generally outlined in the city clerk's April 9th, 2026 communication.
Support.
Thank you. I'll give that to Ken. Okay, we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Ness, a second by Commissioner Funk. Is there any other or discussion of this item?
Discussion. There were recommendations made by Parks. It came via email, but nothing was able to get in time, or to get to us in time to formalize like this reviewed rate structure. I think that a lot of people have talked about, and that's fine. We should honor the agreement as it is right now. But this is something that we'll look at in the future in regard to the high impact events and how much those organizations will, pay to utilize that park space for an extended period of time, so.
Excellent point. Other comments or questions right now? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Okay, trying to give a little extra time, but it looks like none, so I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Our next item pulled was item number 13, which is the construction project at Garfield Avenue for the sidewalk. And Jackie, you had this one pulled, correct?
Yes, I did. I had a concern when I inquired. I was informed that none of this sidewalk actually is being constructed within the Traverse City city limits. So given its location on the east side of Garfield Street, I presume this is either airport property or Garfield Township property.
This is within the city. The sidewalk, and I'm sorry if my email wasn't clear, but the sidewalk is 100%.
Yeah, your
That was
email
not
said
an email.
it's not in the city.
Oh.
I read that. and that's not correct.
Oh, well, my bad. Words matter. It is within the city, and I apologize if I said it wasn't.
And all airport property is by definition within the city limits.
Including that row, that right of way.
Yes.
I would-
Apologies for that.
Thank
Yes,
you
yep.
for the
Understandable.
clarification.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner.
And just one, continuing with my thought, I would have gone on to remind everyone that Traverse City unfortunately does not have a seat on the Northwestern Regional Airport Authority Board. And if we were building sidewalks without representation, that was going to be a big concern. So thank you.
Understandable, and working on getting that seat back right now. So, so thank you for that. Would we have a motion then? Go ahead,
I
Jackie.
move.
Thank you.
Let's see how my new one works. I move that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute a contract with AJ's Excavating LLC from Honor, Michigan, in the amount of $127,370.60, with a 15% contingency of $19,105.59, for a grand total not to exceed $146,476.19. Such contract subject as to the substance by the city manager and its form by the city attorney, with funds therefore available in the Street Capital Projects Fund, Fund 447.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to give that to Jackie, and we'll give that to Lance. Okay, any further discussion on this item? Mitch and then Lance?
Yeah, this is an area of town that, and it's Traverse Heights neighborhood, which is partly in the city and partly in Garfield Township, but it's an area that doesn't have very good, and hasn't historically, north-south pedestrian and bike transportation options, so this won't be a perfect solution, but it will at least be a route for people that don't have to walk through the grass or right along Garfield anymore.
Thank you, Lance?
And I was just going to note, this is, I like that this is coming to us and that there's the motion, because if you look along that route, these are what you'd call like desire lines, where people just naturally walk when there is no sidewalk, and we have a bunch of those all over town. So I'm happy that the engineering department identified that and the planning department identified that, and that we're putting in a safe infrastructure there.
Thank you, good point. Other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just
Ben?
wanted to say, this is something that's been talked about in the Traverse Heights Neighborhood Association for not quite a decade, but it's been brought up for a long time. Can anyone comment on the agreement that had to occur with the airport and the FAA in regard to getting this installed? Because that was one of the caveats that we talked about. There needed to be an agreement between the FAA and the city.
I'm looking to the city attorney, and you're shaking your head no.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, well,
Well, the importance
I'm just happy it's happening.
Yes.
It's just, that was something it was an informational piece that was given to us as part of like why this wasn't happening for a long time. So I am happy to see that it's happening today.
As a member of the same neighborhood association, though, I don't remember necessarily having staff tell us that, so maybe it was one of those things that lives in the ether that snowballs and wasn't actually ever official. So a lesson to us all about double-checking our facts sometimes, too. And I say that because I sat in and thought the exact same thing. So we all get that. Other comments? Okay, any public comment on this item? I'm going to say seeing none, bring it back for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and then number 2, and was that you again as well, Jackie? Sorry.
That was me.
Ken.
Oh, that was Ken. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Jackie.
No, that was me. I wanted this pulled because I am kind of sticking to the line of argument that I've been using about making anything permanent in regard to the State Street until we make a decision on the State Street traffic direction. And I feel like making this permanent is working in that direction. We have a temporary control order in effect right now. Obviously, it's been past the 90 days and it's expired, but we know that those can expire without any ramifications. State Street's traffic control order has expired and it's still operating as two-way. So I see that this already operating as an all-way stop right now. I don't see any reason to take this into permanence.
If I may just jump in, I asked the same question of our city engineer, Ms. Pagano, and she said that this is necessary regardless of the configuration or orientation of State Street, and I invite her to, she's shaking her head yes, but if you have any specific questions for her, but regardless if State Street is one-way or two-way, it's our city engineer's recommendation through also consultation with our traffic engineers that remain in place regardless.
Would you like her to come up for some questions, or is that a good answer for you?
I mean, that is an explanation, sure.
Okay. Great. Mitch?
I'm wondering if there's also perhaps a legal component that if we have a stop sign for a traffic control order that has expired and somebody runs that, runs it and gets ticketed for running it or causes an accident, if that brings up questions of liability, that we have a stop sign that our own traffic orders say doesn't exist.
I don't know whether it's a liability question, but I agree it's better to have the appropriate traffic control order in place for a sign that's been installed there. So if we intend to keep it more than the 90 days, we should have the TCO in place.
Okay. Do we have more questions or a motion?
I move that the traffic control order 745, which provides all-way stop signage at the southwest corner of Front Street eastbound at Pine Street, be permanently adopted.
Second.
Okay, I'll give that to Sean Bomer. And any further discussion from the commission on that? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Thank you, everybody, for your patience while we do these little prolonged pauses. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Bomer?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ness?
Yes.
Commissioner Treadwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Funk?
No.
Mayor?
Yes, motion passes. Okay, the next one we had pulled was number 9. And that was the snow hauling, and you pulled that one, correct?
Yes.
Mitch, sorry. I was looking at Mitch and Ken, you,
We're on the
sorry.
same line of sight.
I know, sorry about that.
This
Go ahead,
is
Mitch.
now the second time that we've had to approve an extension of our snow hauling contract because we had more snow. I question, I think that we should pay this going right now, but going forward, I question how do we better prepare the city for both this unexpected cost and also in our broader themes of climate and environmental resiliency. It means that we will have to deal with increasingly weather events that are costly and unpredictable, not just snow removal, but as we've seen this past month, the 2 sinkholes that took out parking. And is there a way that we can, say, have funds dedicated for environmental and climate resiliency that would then be available for, in future budgets, emergency work?
My recommendation is that that's why we have a fund balance for things that come up that are unforeseen. I think as we make our way through more weather differences, I'll just put it that way, that might be something to look at. There's always the option of when we bring purchase orders for things like this forward that we could have a greater dollar amount, so we're not coming back to you. So that's an option. That would be more of a level that's more of a question for the board on how much wiggle room you want to leave.
Well, I don't anticipate us needing any more snow removal at this time.
Don't jinx us.
Let's hope.
Okay, do we have other questions? Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, with this coming back to us again, is there consideration for bringing some of these services in-house with what we're paying in contract?
That's something that we're looking at that for all sorts of snow removal services. You'll be hearing a presentation here in the next few months about elevating sidewalk snow clearing
Thank you.
services, so that'll be coming forward, and so all of the options are being considered.
Perfect.
Okay, well-
Neighbors will appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we get too far down the future conversations, any more questions about this item?
Question.
Yeah.
March 2nd, we approved another $150,000 on what was originally budgeted. Now we're approving another $100,000. What I asked at the time when that $150,000 was approved back in March 2nd was, will the DDA be contributing at all to this? Because one of the things that they market and advertise is that they contribute to snow removal in the downtown area. So my question is, it's been a little bit of time since March 2nd. Have we received money or contribution from the DDA for that as an equal share of the $150,000? And would we expect a reciprocal sharing of revenue with this $100,000?
The best accurate answer I believe I can give you, and Mr. Burkholder can correct me if I state something that sounds incorrect, is that not directly, but we do have the service agreement with the DDA for $630,000, and part of that contemplates the snow removal services. So it's not necessarily a dollar for dollar, but it's just more of a general concept of the funding that we anticipate. Is that correct? He's nodding his head yes.
Okay, do we have more questions or an motion, please?
I move that the city manager be authorized to issue an amended purchase order to Molon Excavating of Traverse City, Michigan for an additional not to exceed amount of $100,000 to the existing purchase order for downtown snow plowing and hauling with funds available in the streets and parking funds, and further to approve a budget amendment for the use of fund balance to cover the authorized expenditures from the streets and auto parking funds.
Support.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners Bomer and Treadwell. Any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll bring it to the public. Any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, and the final one from our consent calendar is item number 15. This was you as well, correct, Mitch?
Yes,
Okay,
that's the Union Street Bridge.
yes.
We've had very high water for the past week. Well, we had high water before that, and then we had what is classed as a 400-year flood on the Borden River. I'd say, we're very fortuitous in the city in that we were able to replace 6 bridges in 3 years. Union Street is still one that required a bit of work, but do we have an assessment if there was any additional damage that the high water caused to the bridge?
That is underway. Those types of assessments are ongoing, and the state of Michigan will, through their contractor, will also be helping with those assessments. So I don't have a direct answer for you now, other than that's something that's in the
Because,
works.
yeah, as somebody that paddled through the high water, not at the highest, that particular bridge was a choke point that had very swift and swirling currents. It did rip out at least 1, possibly up to 3 trees that were along the bank right next to that bridge, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's some additional erosion that needs to be filled. And a further follow-up, do we have a timeline for when this construction work will happen, and then when road closures will be?
That's a question I'll have to turn to Ms. Pagano on, a timeline on when this will happen, when work will begin, and also when road closures and detours will be observed.
It looks like she's double checking her answer, so we'll give her one moment here.
Good evening. Sorry, I was just checking with Alex. He's our bridge engineer. We're planning on doing the work in the spring, probably starting in March or April next spring, and the road will be closed for a couple of months.
Okay, thank you.
With
Thanks.
detours, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions or a motion, please?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ken.
I move that the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute a contract with Grand River Construction Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $947,265, in parentheses, $861,150, plus a 10% contingency of $86,115 for the construction of the North Union Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project, such contract subject as to the substance by the city manager and its form by the city attorney, with funds available in Capital Projects Fund, Capital Projects Contingency Fund, and DDA TIF 97, and further, that the mayor and city clerk execute a funding agreement with the Traverse City Downtown Development Authority, articulating that it will provide $150,000 in funding for the North Union Street Bridge Rehabilitation Project, with such agreement subject to approval as to its substance by the city manager and its form by the city attorney.
Support.
Thank you, Commissioners Funk and Treadwell. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. We'll now move on to our old business, and we start with a public hearing for application of clean water. Do we do a presentation for someone?
We do have a brief presentation from our Director of Municipal Utilities, Art Krieger.
Good evening, Art Krieger, Director of Municipal Utilities, here with the city. Actually, our consultant, Doug Urquhart from Hubble Roth Clark, is going to give the presentation, but I'm just going to touch on a few high points before I turn it over to Doug. This is a update of our previous 5-year plan that we did back in 2021. And what the goal of this is to follow the EGLE stated process to qualify for low-interest loan funding over the next 5 years. We typically apply once per year. We include projects that are part of this plan. Many of those projects get into this plan through the CIP, Capital Improvement Plan project lists. And so We're not committing to do all these projects in this plan. We're just making them available to finance if we get funding. And the funding process through the state of Michigan is quite competitive. But I'm happy to say our last 5-year plan paid off very well for the city. We were able to fund the sewer relocation and retaining wall project down on the 100 and 200 blocks downtown. And we also were able to get a large loan, near $40 million for the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, which is currently underway, 3-year project. So this would be like round 2 as far as the next 5-year plan. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Doug Urquhart. He is engineer with Hubbell Roth Clark, our consultant, who has been helping us with drafting this plan.
So real quick before Doug speaks, you will be able to hear him, but we're having, because this is the night to have it, technical difficulties with the video, but you will be able to hear him and he can hear you.
And Doug, this is Benjamin Marentet. I serve as city manager, and I just want to thank you for being here and say that we've got a packed agenda with a lot of folks in the audience, and so I'd like to ask you to sort of pace yourself so you've got about 5 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Brevity is the key. All right. Thank you. My name is Doug Urquhart. I'm an associate with Hubbell Roth and Clark, and this presentation covers the 2026 CWSRF project plan. Next slide. So the purpose of this is to provide a forum for community participation, go over the loan program, the project plan, alternatives, costs, impacts, mitigations of impacts, and then finally get into scheduling questions. Next slide. So the SRF loan program, as Art alluded to, is a low interest loan for planning, designing, construction of eligible wastewater projects. Currently, the rate is actually 2.5%. That's a typo. So these are subsidized loans, lower than the current bond market, which is part of the appeal to the program, and it's administered through Michigan Eagle revolving loans section. So to qualify, the city must prepare an approvable project plan, complete a public hearing, and then pass a resolution adopting the plan. As Art noted, approval and acceptance of the loan is decided later in the process. Next slide. This is just an overview of the wastewater treatment plant process. It's a membrane bioreactor process, which takes in wastewater from industry and municipal customers, and then with UV disinfection prior to discharge at the Boardman River. Next slide. So the history of the wastewater treatment plant, it was constructed in 1932 with upgrades and expansions throughout the years. The most recent project is the primary treatment UV disinfection project, and that's scheduled for completion in 2028. Next slide. All right, so these pictures show I guess the first project from the past, CWSRF project plan. That was the Boardman River Wall stabilization and sewer relocation. So that addressed the resiliency of the wastewater system in a critical area. And with that, it provided a 1.875% interest loan, $2.7 million loan. But because of this program, it has various incentives. There was about $428,000 principal forgiveness associated with that. So that amount was actually taken off of the loan. And then the most recent project was the FY 2025 primary treatment and UV disinfection project, which started last year and scheduled for completion in 2028. And that's the $41 million loan at 1.875%. Next slide. There are multiple projects associated with this project planned. 3 of them are at the wastewater treatment plant. The first is anaerobic digestion, digester 4 improvements. The second is odor control improvements. And then the third is membrane bioreactor enclosure. Next slide, please. And then several projects are within the collection system. The Front Street lift station upgrades and force main, East Front Street improvements, and then East collection system force main replacement. Next slide, please. So the needs of these projects will address NPDES permit compliance, reduce infiltration and inflow in the collection system, and then one of the last project addressed kind of a major need at the wastewater treatment plant. This one encapsulates aging force mains from both the Coast Guard lift station and the Front Street lift station. So next slide. The first alternative is no action alternative. This one's not typically considered a favorable option because it results in continued degradation of the existing facilities, potential damage to unit processes, surface water quality issues, higher energy consumption, and then more costly intervention in the future. Okay, next slide, please. The first project would be the continued sewer rehabilitation. So that is to address aging concrete and clay sewers that are structurally deficient. And this would include sewer, manhole, and lateral rehabilitation, which prolongs the life of the infrastructure and also reduces infiltration and inflow from wet weather.
Doug,
Next
it's
slide,
Benjamin. Sorry to interrupt you, but you've got a lot of slides left, and please keep in mind that I asked if you could please pace yourself to about 5 minutes. So if you can use the next 1.5 to 2 minutes to really highlight the salient points. We just got a lot on our agenda tonight, so thank you.
Okay, yep. Okay, so we got Front Street lift station. Next slide. Membrane bioreactor enclosure. Next slide, please. East collection system force main upgrades. Next slide, please. Odor control improvements. Next slide, please. East Front Street sewer improvements. And then finally, next slide, please, the digester improvements. Next slide, please. So the overall cost of these projects, so for the 5-year project plan, is $26.8 million. Final cost would be dependent on actual cost bids and being within the SRF fundable range. Next slide, please. So one of the major metrics that Eagle requires is to clarify the actual cost of the project on a residential per monthly cost per residential connection. This is not an actual rate increase. It's a rate study would be completed later, but this is a metric to identify the actual impact of the project from a cost basis. Next slide, please. There's multiple long-term positive impacts, permit compliance and improved maintenance. Short-term impacts are described here. Negative impacts of those associated with construction. Next slide, please. Reversal of direct and impacts, indirect impacts. You can go to the next slide, please. So mitigation of all these impacts would be through compliance with required permits and then following regulations. Next slide, please. Finally, we're required to go over the project plan schedule. It's due on May 1st. So after this meeting, the city would pass the resolution adopting the project plan. And then to be considered, it needs to be in by May 1st, 2026. Next slide, please. So the overall project plan is shown here. It's in the council packet and describes the projects through 2031. Next slide, please. And with that, I conclude the presentation.
Do we have any questions from commissioners? And because of this format, can you say your name first and then ask the question to give the audio a chance to catch up? Go ahead.
Yeah, just one. This is Heather Shaw. Would you say that all of these projects are critical given that you have them on a schedule for the to be completed in the next 4 or 5 years?
I can answer that. Some are more critical than others, but we wanted to space them out within the 5 years. Some may, to be eligible. If we were awarded
It has to
funding,
do
then we
with
could
the
build them within that timeframe. But if we don't get the funding, the ones that are not as critical could be pushed out a little
Okay,
bit.
well, then I just wish you the best of luck in this very difficult time for clean water and public infrastructure funding.
Yes.
Agree. It's going to be a challenge.
Laura?
I have a quick question. This is Laura Ness. So I saw the timetable for the application. What's the timetable to find out our eligibility? Is it a year? Is it 6 months? Is there a typical timetable? Because I recently read that this very program is kind of on the docket to be potentially slashed by like $2.5 billion at the federal level. So I'm wondering if that changes at all the urgency around the application and our strategic priorities.
Yes, so it is an annual request that we put together.
Okay.
And then you submit early in the year, and then you get evaluated, and the point scale system gets graded, if you will, by Eagle staff, and then you see where you hit with the competitive projects that are all over the state. So you find out, I believe, by midsummer to early fall.
Of this year?
Yes.
26? Okay.
Yeah,
thank
each
you.
year annually.
Okay, great.
Other questions? Lance?
I'll make a motion that the resolution adopting a final
have to
project
vote.
plan.
Oh, you have to
We
do-
do, sorry.
have
We
to
do
do
have
the
to have a
public
public
hearing.
hearing.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a confusing order when we have a presentation with
Don't
it.
have your
Mitch?
gavel. That's
Oh,
the
you do?
problem.
She does.
Haven't opened it yet, so you guys could ask questions.
Question for Art. Can you confirm that despite the very stressful scenario over the past week, there was no discharge or leak from either the wastewater treatment plant or our broader sewer infrastructure leading to it?
That is correct. Due to the flooding, we did not have any illicit discharges into the environment, which is
Great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah,
Great.
fantastic.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all the maintenance to keep that up that way. We appreciate that. Other questions? Okay, seeing none, and thank you, Lance. I'm going to open up the public hearing that has been scheduled for the 5-year project plan for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund application. It's now open. If you would like to speak on just this matter, please feel free to approach the podium. Give it a long moment here. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close this public hearing. And now, Lance, please go ahead.
I move that the resolution adopting a final project plan for wastewater improvements and designating the city manager as the authorized representative for all activities associated with the wastewater improvements project be adopted.
Support.
Okay, oh, wait, sorry, was that Laura? Okay.
Heather.
Oh, Heather, okay, thank you. Sorry. Everybody's very eager about this one, so I appreciate that. Okay, any further comments from the commission on this? Okay, seeing none, I'll call it for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you online for bearing with us there. Okay, so next we have the application, Protecting Local Government Retirement Benefit Act, and I'll hand that over to you, Benjamin.
Yes, we also have our city treasurer, finance director, Heidi Sheppy here, if there's questions for her, but you do have a memo in the packet, and really what this is coming into compliance with the requirement that the state has in terms of funding levels for our general employee pension fund. This is not regarding police or fire. And so in order to move the needle in the right direction, and as discussed at your January 5th meeting, January 5th meeting, we're recommending that $1.2 million from the fund balance be allocated to our defined benefit pension plan to help lower the unfunded liabilities. And this is a requirement of the state of Michigan. We really have no option but to comply. So I'm bringing forward this to you so that we're in compliance.
Do we have any questions, or would somebody like to make a motion? Jackie?
I did have a question. Please correct me if my information is wrong. It looked like last year we made an additional payment of $300,000, and that had put us on track to reach 75% funding in 9 or 10 years. This year we're quadrupling that extra payment, and I'd like to know the thought behind that? And does that affect our target 75% funding in 9 or 10 years? Does it impact that? And if so, how?
All right, we'll turn that over to our finance professional, Ms. Sheppy.
Yeah, so the 1.2 million was taken from the context of the commission's meeting in regards to the fund balance policy that we had. And the 1.2, that will get us to the 6 million, or to the 60% is the goal that I had taken from that meeting. We do not have to do the 1.2 million, so if you wanted to reduce that, you could, just with the understanding, as long as we're moving the needle in the trajectory, the state will be happy. We'll just have to do this. This is our 3rd year we'll have to do it, and we'll have to continue to do this every year until we've hit at minimum the 60%.
May I ask a follow-up question? Are we anticipating, are we trying to accelerate this to save some money in the long term, to reduce interest payments because we think there's worsening economic conditions ahead? Could you fill us in a little bit more on the
So just
thinking?
the theory of the being fully funded with the pension is MERS has the ability to make more money than I do in terms of holding that money. And the fund balance policy, we do have a fund balance greater than our policy. So utilizing our fund balance to do this, it gives us the greater bang for our buck because MERS can have it, they can invest it, and they can grow it with greater returns than what we would have here.
Okay, thank you. That rationale helps. Laura?
Yeah, I think it's important just to remind the commission that at the January meeting, we talked about creating an ad hoc after the budget season to address the overfunded fund balance and the underfunded pension, as Heidi alluded to, and I continue to support that approach. I think it's important that we have a more deliberate and proactive conversation around both of those funds, and it's not something we're going to solve in one meeting, and so I look forward to that ad hoc being created.
And
And we have that slated for September, your September regular
Yep.
meeting.
So that's, and just to clarify too, though, that was part of the conversation for the
Correct.
fund balance. There's a larger conversation about fund balance as well. The other thing I was going to say, though, to the comments of today and what the request from Heidi is, yes, last year we gave money. We've also given money the last few years before that, and we've constantly been out of compliance for a very long time. So we can keep hoping that we'll just get a slap on the wrist, but at some point, if we're not making a concerted effort, I mean, the state's not going to obviously haul away our leadership, but I think we have to kind of show that we're more than just, it's like putting a couple cents towards a $1,000 donation or a loan. You're not paying anything back and you're not getting ahead. And so that was kind of the approach here of where we've been at after many years of struggling with this. So with that, go ahead, Heidi.
I just wanted to make one more comment that, and benefits are increasing in terms of every year, so just keeping pace.
Yeah, thank you for that
at
reminder
least.
too. So with that, do we have more questions or a motion? Go ahead, Heather.
I move that the city manager be authorized to execute the Protecting Local Government Retirement and Benefit Act application for waiver, defined benefit pension retirement systems, and further that the resolution authorizing an additional contribution to municipal employees retirement system MERS in the fiscal year 2025 be adopted, and further that a budget adjustment for the use of fund balance in the amount up to $1,200,000 for the 2025-2026 budget be approved.
Support.
Okay, I'm going to give the last one to Lance, so this one I'll give to Laura. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, any public comment on this? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Well, next, we have our ordinance amendment for the stormwater. And Ben, do you want to kick that off?
Actually, I'm going to turn it right over to our city engineer, Ann
Well,
Pagano.
then I will slow it down a little because I didn't realize Ann was starting so quickly, so I'll give you a second to get settled in.
All right, thank you. I promise to keep this to 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm going to watch the clock here. Since we had something on the agenda tonight, I wanted to give you an update while I was here on the MS4 permit. We've learned a lot over the last year, and I don't think we've talked about it for about a year. So Wanted to just give you an update. Our wonderful consultants from Spicer Group are here tonight, Kelsey Slatter and Erica Martel. They've just been wonderful to work with and have really helped us out a lot through this process. So we really appreciate you guys being here, and if we have any complicated questions, they can help us. They're our MS4 experts. So quickly, I'm going to just give a quick background on the MS4 program. I'm going to talk about the 6 minimum measures of a stormwater management plan, the status of the permit, and talk about the ordinance revisions that we're requesting this evening. So first of all, oh, thank you. Sorry, I skipped a thing already. MS4, for those of you that aren't familiar, it's basically an acronym, MSSSS. So instead of saying all the S's, you just say MS4. It's Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System. So Traverse City was identified as within an urban area of 50,000 or more people in the 2020 census, and that triggered the requirement to obtain coverage under a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, the NPDES permit, which is issued by EGLE, and it's an EPA requirement. The city was notified by EGLE in February of last year that we were required to receive the permit and to apply for it, and we did apply in August. And the application included a draft of the city's stormwater management plan, which is, there's a link to that in the memo if you'd like to check that out. So as part of the stormwater management plan, there are 6 minimum measures. So I'm just going to go through those quickly. The first 2 are both related to public input. So the public participation program provides an opportunity for residents to participate in the MS4 program and to review and comment the stormwater management plan. So it'll be on our website once the permit is approved and with the ability to provide comments. And then the public education program, the purpose is to reduce stormwater pollutants, thank you, Sarah, and through public education. So we'll be working with regional partners to get the word out on educating the public on how to reduce stormwater impacts. The third is illicit discharge elimination. So this is basically prohibiting and eliminating illicit discharges connecting to the MS4. So this is a new thing that we'll be doing, which is observing all of our outfalls. There's 117 outfalls in the city, and they each need to be observed once per permit cycle, which is 5 years. So basically 23 outlets per year will be observed. And then if we see flow during dry weather, it needs to be tested and determine if it's contaminated or not. And if it is, we have to work on eliminating that contaminated flow. And we also will be required to do training every cycle as well. The fourth is the construction stormwater runoff program, which is basically during construction. Traverse City is an MEA, which basically means we issue our own erosion control permits. So we already have a really good system for this set up. We'll just be continuing to enforce that and the requirements of the permit, performing weekly inspections, we already do that, and all the forms and tracking that are required, and then notifying EGLE of any sediment or soil discharge to our MS4. And the ordinance revision that we're requesting this evening will also help us with enforcement of the water quality standards. And number 5 is basically for after construction. This is for stormwater that flows to the MS4 after the construction is complete, and it applies to permanent facilities such as detention and water quality facilities within the city. And this will be applicable for new development or redevelopment projects. And again, we'll be continuing to follow the requirements of our stormwater ordinance, which was already quite strong. And then number 6 is pollution prevention and good housekeeping, and this is basically managing facilities operated within the MS4, such as DPS facilities. I'll just skip over to the next one just to get us to the end here. So the status of the permit, we applied in August. We went through one version of revisions, and the next step is to update the ordinance, which is on the agenda tonight. And then we expect to receive the permit in the next few months. And then the cycle will be approximately 5 years. And we'll have to do annual reporting through that cycle permit. And then the ordinance, I spelled out in the memo all of the revisions that we're requesting. Again, the ordinance was already really good. It was addressed a lot of, almost everything that was required with the permit. And I wanted to thank everyone that worked on it. This was before my time, but I understand the Watershed Center was involved too. So thanks to everyone that worked on that ordinance. Again, these are minor updates, mostly clarifications and definitions, allows staff to enforce non-compliance issues, and I addressed every change in the memo. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or call on our consultants.
I have a couple. I looked at the stormwater management draft plan, and the public education part, the measurable goals, they seemed really light. Like you only needed 50 views on social media,
Right.
or one display at one event per year. But we're talking about de-icing materials, pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, hazardous household waste, really important stuff.
Sure.
So is that just like boilerplate stuff and
Yep.
minimums?
We
and
would
can't
put
we
in the
do better
minimum
than that?
required, but that doesn't mean that's all we're going to do. We just wanted to not commit to more than what's required with the permit.
The watershed, stormwater education is a specialty of the watershed. Are they being consulted? Are
We're
they part
going
of
to
this?
definitely be talking with them and
They
and
do
other
a really
partners.
good job with this kind of
Yeah,
thing. And
absolutely.
This is really important. 50 views on social media or one display at an event. It's
Pretty low bar.
Yeah.
We got more
Okay.
people than here.
Yeah. I have a question about the Beitner snow dump. It was the only facility classified as high potential to discharge pollutants to surface waters. Given what's happened in the last week, I'm looking at in the ordinance 1068.05 about sites which store or use or generate. Is there some plan here to protect that area, given that it's so close to the river and it's the only highly potential risk we have in all our facilities?
I don't think we have a plan for that at the moment, but we can certainly look into that if that's a concern. I don't remember that being identified as an issue. So,
It's in the stormwater management plan draft.
okay. That's why I have Kelsey here.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kelsey Statler. So your question is regarding the high facility. So with the process of identifying these facilities, this is for the pollution prevention good housekeeping portion of the application. And so with the high facility, normally what's done is there's a plan and put into place to make sure that the maintenance and best management practices are being adhered to on these sites. We don't necessarily have one for this specific facility, but it will be worked on throughout the duration of the application or of the permit issuance.
Yeah, well, given what happened last week, I think that'd be a good idea to put it as a priority to see what we can do to mitigate any pollutants entering into.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yep, and there's proper documentation and site inspections performed on a regular occurring basis as well.
Thank you. I have one more question. It has to do with page 29 of that plan draft was managing vegetated properties. And it says if you're going to put pesticides or herbicides on anything, you have to have a state of Michigan certified applicator. I think we agreed last year to have Parks and Rec do their own maintenance. So how does that affect what you are doing there?
It doesn't. I'm sorry, Michelle?
We don't have anyone on staff that is spraying herbicide currently. We don't have anyone certified.
Nobody's using herbicides or pesticides.
Correct.
So we
We've
don't have
taken
to
it
worry
out of
about
our
that.
program.
We are very glad to hear that. Thank you very much,
Great.
Michelle.
Other questions? Jackie?
Yes, I'm delighted to hear that we are shooting to go beyond, above and beyond the expectations of Eagle requirements. And clearly, while the definition of the MS4 I found a little scary. It said it's, a conveyance systems to carry rainwater to our waterways, and I'm interested in keeping it out of the waterways, frankly. So thank you for your above and beyond approach. I'm also glad to hear that Watershed Center is going to be engaged in specifically in the public education efforts, because I think that those are going to be critical to our success. I wondered, if we could at some point have some input from you about other pieces and parts of this. I mean, we're talking about stormwater management ordinances, but I wondered, for instance, is our zoning ordinance as supportive of the stormwater management approach as it could be? Or would there be ways within our zoning ordinance that we could set certain distance limits between known water runoff or water contamination oriented businesses?
Sure.
Sometime in the future, if we could have some expert opinion on that, I think that would be very meaningful.
You bet. Yeah, we'll put
Thank
that on
you.
our list.
Any other, Mitch?
Yes, this is a draft plan, and it will get continually revised, but one thing that stands out to me, and yes, this is literally the first day it comes into effect, but it does repeatedly refer to Frank Deturi as Director of Public Services in our prior organizational chart, and I should hope that none of the duties that he was tasked with under this plan are getting overseen, but it will certainly need to be updated to reflect where those responsibilities fall.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's really an operational matter that we've got under control.
Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, real quick. So I agree with Heather and Jackie that these requirements really need to be our floor and not our ceiling. So I'm encouraged by the fact that we are looking beyond just these minimum requirements. And I'm also encouraged that we are utilizing our local experts at the Watershed Center. But I'm wondering, the EPA has a series of best practice fact sheets for this, and I'm wondering if we're using those as a resource or if there's some other examples of where we're looking at going above and beyond these minimum requirements.
Best practice fact sheets, is that what you
Yep.
said? Not the forms that are in the stormwater management plan, but is this something else?
Yeah, they have like a best practices fact sheet that has little clips on.
Okay, we'll have to look
Things
into
we
that.
can do.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we have consultants, so maybe this is, I see somebody approaching here, so maybe this is something they'd like to address.
Yeah, so we would utilize whatever best available information there is that's supplied by the EPA, but Spicer Group, we've been working with various MS4 permittees since 2000, so we have quite a lot of extensive documents and things that we can utilize with the city.
Great, thank you.
Do we have other questions or a motion? Go ahead, Jackie.
I'd like to move that amendments to the Traverse City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1042, Sewer Construction and Maintenance, and Chapter 1068, Groundwater Protection and Stormwater Runoff Control, which would update language as required by the MS4 permit, be introduced and scheduled for possible enactment on May 4th, 2026.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners Anderson and Shaw. Any further discussion on this? Very good questions already, so thank you for that. Okay, with that, any public comment on this? Safely say seeing none, we'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank
Okay,
you.
next we have the pilot consideration for the Orchard View Apartments. Lauren?
So this is another pilot that was already approved by the City Commission for Orchard View Apartments. It is owned and managed by the Housing Commission, our housing partner in town. And this is another instance of MSHA's process taking a little bit longer than what the original resolution called for. The Housing Commission is planning to,
There we go.
see anybody.
Hi, Lauren.
She's quick.
I can rescue you
I
if
was,
you want.
okay, I was looking for someone in the crowd and I didn't
Yeah,
see
I
anyone.
was hiding over on the one chair that was.
Well, you
Yeah.
can correct me if I'm wrong, but renovate the existing housing and build some new. And so we just need to have a new resolution to allow for the timeline to go forth with MSHDA, and then hopefully we'll go from there.
I do want to make one correction, just to make sure we're blaming the right form of government for the glacial speed of government. This is actually a HUD holdup, my friends at HUD, and not at MSHDA, but that would be just the one correction. We changed our form of financing partway through the process after you guys had granted us the pilot. And unfortunately, when you do that, you start over from scratch with the paperwork, and there was a government shutdown in late fall, and we're still sort of making up from that. But ultimately, long story short, it gives us the opportunity to retain our capital funds money and keep it at the Housing Commission so we can reinvest it into future projects here in the community. If we were to have stayed with our original financing plan, which was called a Section 18 disposition, we would have unfortunately had those funds absorbed by our friends outside of our community. So that is it.
Thank
Unless
you.
if you have any questions, we're looking for that 12-month extension on the 4% pilot so that we can hopefully break ground in August. We wait every day for that exciting email from Washington, D.C. Hasn't come yet, but once it does, we have no concerns that we'll be able to get that started hopefully sometime in August.
Great. Jackie, you had your hand up?
Yes, when I was reading the packet materials, it seemed, I think I saw a statement in there that some of the delay was due to the conversion of the 21 existing townhomes to private ownership. And I wondered if that is really the limiting factor. Is it possible to
No,
split
that's
that decision
not
off?
accurate at all. I explained it when I was here for the original pilot. So the process is HUD is having its public housing properties across the nation transition into public-private partnerships. That allows capital to be invested in it. For instance, the Riverview property downtown was originally a public housing property that in July of 22 was sold to an LDHA, of which we are a partner in. So we still have
Majority
that public
partner.
part of the public-private partnership. And thanks to that conversion going through, all of the residents retained their affordable housing. They transitioned from public housing to project-based vouchers. But what we were able to do was take that private part of the public-private partnership and infuse a bunch of money. And that is how the renovations for the first time since 1976 were put into that building. We're doing the identical thing with Orchard View Townhomes, which is our property in the city annexed part of Leelanau. The original 21 townhomes that are currently public housing will transition through that process, called the RAD process, and become project-based vouchers. They are finally getting renovated since the early 90s, and I know our families are super excited. Because of that infusion of capital with a public and private partnership together in a new LDHA, we are building 33 additional apartments on the property of 1 and 2 bedrooms. So that's what this is about. When we go through these sales and these transitions, we can sometimes keep those capital funds money that were originally given to us for the public housing properties. And that is the purpose of the change in this funding, so that we can retain that money and use it towards new properties. As you guys know, we're going through the process with City View right now, the former Copy Central property, and we certainly enjoy having some funding to put into those future properties. So this was a great move by our executive director. Our board supported it. Commissioner Treadwell is part of that, and we're able to move forward, which has cost us about 3 months, maybe 4, in the process.
Thank you for that information.
Heather?
Well, speaking of 3 to 4 months just to get this done, you actually only have 10 months of an extension because it goes to February. And you're confident that that is enough time and you're not going to have
Well,
to
the
come back
extension is
here
for
again?
groundbreaking, not for completion.
It says 12 months extension, so to February.
And it's just groundbreaking for use
And that's
most of
enough
these.
time, so you're not going to have to come back here
The
again.
sale happens at that time, and that's when the pilot goes into play. We applied for and received a pilot from you, and it gives you a certain amount of time. Had we started our construction a few months ago like we had hoped, we would have met it. We just needed to buy a few more months, but the city attorney wrote this up in a perfect manner with 12 months because we all don't know
Okay,
exactly what
that's-
happens.
There's the
Yeah,
answer.
but it's
Okay,
just
thank you very
groundbreaking.
much.
It's not completion.
Sure. Lance?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the resolution granting tax exemption for the property at 10200 Carter Road to Traverse City Housing Commission at a rate of 4% and a term of not to exceed 45 years be adopted. Support.
Thank you, Commissioners Bomer and Treadwell. And then Jackie, I saw your hand was up.
Oh, just to confirm that low-income definition for this particular property is below 60% area median income. Is that the threshold?
Well, there's 2 different components to this property. The existing townhomes will be part of a HUD-based, project-based voucher program, and that follows our HUD administration plan. So what that means is that of all new people that move into the property, 75% of those that receive the PBBs have to be 30% or less AMI. The rest of it really has to do with math. 30% of a certain income is just going to exceed the unit. The other units, the additional new 33 units that will accompany the 21 renos, those will be, I'll be honest with you, I don't know the percentage, but it's 40, 50, 60%. I don't have the numbers in my head on the new ones.
Thank you.
Lance?
Yeah, I'm excited about the opportunity for us to provide at least 33 more families with attainable housing.
And upgrades to the ones who are already
And,
there,
yeah,
too.
and significant
Okay, so the upgrades are very exciting. We have some pretty happy families. And one of the things I wanted to point out that makes this property so unique is when completed, we will have 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom properties, or units on one property as family dynamics change and household numbers change. There are only 2 other properties like that in all of our county. Well, technically that's Lebanon, but you know what I'm talking about.
In our text.
So that makes it a really unique and special property as well. So I'm excited about that. We have some really cool amenities coming with it too.
That's great. Great news. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, with that, we'll let you sit down and we'll invite anybody.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful update.
Oh, and happy birthday, Lance.
Okay. And any public comment on this item? Okay, I don't hear any movement over there, so I will say, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, so under new business, we're going to have consideration of authorizing the contract for Grandview Parkway.
Oh, wait,
phase.
we forgot the star of the show.
Oh,
Item
sorry.
5.
I wasn't trying to skip it on purpose. I had accidentally clicked it already, so it looked like it had already been done on mine. I was not trying to skip that. So I thought it was under new business. That was my fault. So here we are. We're going to have you kick off our discussion of the Carnegie RFP. Many apologies, everyone. That was unintentional.
Yes, thank you. And in the packet, you've got a communication from Parks and Recreation Director Michelle Hunt summarizing the 2 proposals that the city received, one from Crooked Tree Arts Center and one from Traverse Area District Library. And I want to acknowledge and express appreciation for the amount of work that folks put into the proposals that they submitted. Both institutions provide meaningful experiences in our community. Since the city issued the RFP, we have received a tremendous amount of feedback from people advocating for one proposal or another. With that in mind, the city approached Crooked Tree Art Center and TADL, Traverse Area District Library, and I encouraged a willingness to explore the possibility of both entities locating at the Carnegie Building. TADL, Traverse Area District Library, did initially provide some strong support and willingness to discuss that collaborative approach with some initial asks. With respect to Crooked Tree, I do want to acknowledge that I first approached them just on Wednesday of last week, and I asked them to let me know if they'd be interested in having these talks now. Also, out of acknowledgement of the fact that that was just recently brought up to them, I did offer to delay having this agenda item until May 4th to allow Crooked Tree Arts Center time to consider. They declined and indicated that their desire is to move the current RFP process forward, consistent with the timeline and expectations. They did say, however, that they are open to continued dialogue but desire direction from the City Commission. They've also asked Crooked Tree, that is, that we consider a lease extension should the decision-making process be delayed much further. Their current lease does expire October 31st of this year, and so I do think that that request is certainly reasonable, and it's something that I would work on and bring back to you. So at the meeting tonight, I'm seeking direction from the commission on how you wish to proceed. And as I indicated in my memo, things to consider include but aren't limited to my recommendation, which is that the City Commission direct me to have conversations with both Crooked Tree Art Center and Traverse Area District Library to convene conversations with both parties to determine the feasibility of joint occupancy, and if so, to negotiate those lease arrangements and bring those back to the Commission for consideration. If we have those discussions, because we haven't had them yet, and it appears as though it's not feasible, then I will return to the City Commission for direction on next steps. So that's my recommendation. The other options to consider include, if you desire to stick with evaluating the proposals as officially submitted, to provide any direction on any additional information you might wish in order to make a decision, Or 3, to direct me to negotiate a short-term lease extension with Crooked Tree. I do want to say, of course, at the end of the day, the decision is up to the City Commission. I do want to make note, it wasn't included in my cover memo, but I meant to include it, that we did increase Traverse Area District Library's score, and that is because originally they were scored so that they didn't receive any points. The library didn't receive any points for their credit report because they do not have a traditional credit score, just like the city of Traverse City can't have one. However, the equivalent is having a great bond rating. They have that, and so I did instruct the team to give them maximum points. So essentially what you have in terms of scoring on the rubric alone is 2 tied proposals. I think that underscores the basis for my recommendation, but I respect that this decision is the City Commission's, and that's all that I've got for now.
And then one thing I wanted to clarify is if there's any variation of recommendation on the first item, understanding that that doesn't oblige anyone to come to that agreement, 3 could still be in play too, though, right? Even if
Yes.
we decide to, everybody talks, there's no, push it out to a worst case scenario or best case, depending which way you're looking at it, that there's no sharing, and then we bring it back for further deliberation. That would obviously delay a decision more, but we'd have more information at hand. That would then also give Crooked Tree a fair shake no matter what. So I think that didn't want to say that it was an either or out of the 3, that there can be variations of how we make this work for everybody so nobody feels under the gun or that we're being unfair in any way, shape, or form. Even if it's a renewal, that can still leave a lot of things up in the air. So, Lance, go ahead.
Yeah, just wondering, Ben, could you tell us kind of the rationale behind changing kind of the process on us a little last minute? I think we had a great RFP process. Everybody submitted RFPs, or the 2 parties did. And I'm just curious, why are we looking at this now? Joint merger, it's not something that the commission had discussed in our study session when we were drafting the RFP. And so I'm just curious what
It's really that, I respect that is the case, that the RFP was laid out with the criteria. The 2 parties responded with that criteria in mind, and that is very true. To me, this is one of those opportunities that sometimes it makes sense in my mind to pause and think again. And it really is, it just came out of the recognition that we have a tremendous amount of advocacy across this community for each entity. And so why not try to have a conversation, give Crooked Tree a lease extension, and if it doesn't appear as though there's a viable joint occupancy scenario, then we just don't do it. And so that's really my basis. It's not anything beyond that.
Laura?
Yeah, and I think in addition to the tremendous amount of advocacy we've heard from both Crooked Tree and Tattle, I've received a tremendous amount of advocacy to look at a collaborative approach. I've been approached by many citizens who are interested in at least seeing whether or not that's an option that's on the table or that could be on the table. And I think this is actually a really good problem to have. We received 2 exceptional proposals, each from valued community members, and it's a tie, like 120 to 120, a plain out tie. And how do we choose between local history and the arts? I mean, for me, these aren't competing uses. They certainly could be complementary. If one proposal had clearly outperformed the other, I'd support moving forward tonight, but that's just not the case. I think this is a situation where we have the opportunity to move from a win-lose decision to what could be a win-win opportunity for potentially both organizations. And as Amy alluded to, we always have the option, if these conversations just don't work, it's a slight delay to come back and choose between the 2. So let's not make this a binary choice or a proverbial split the baby move. I really like the idea of a shared model. I think that the approach aligns really well with our strategic plan, with placemaking partnerships, shared assets. It's a way to maximize community benefit. As I said, several residents I've spoken with have told me they want to see more collaboration in that space. So my personal perspective, it's worth taking a little bit of time to explore whether or not this approach will work. I hope that it can, and I support giving staff the direction to move in that direction.
Other thoughts, commissioners? Go ahead, Heather, and then Jackie.
I don't usually oppose changing horses in the middle of the stream, but it is a little awkward when you've actually gotten to the other side of the stream and then you're changing horses. I deeply regret that this whole issue has gotten muddled up with bad feelings and hurt feelings and some backstory, but I generally feel that flexibility is a good, it's an advantage, leads to long life and good bones. And I think flexibility is a good thing in this case as well, particularly when it is our responsibility as elected officials to listen to all residents, not to make decisions based on personal preferences. As Mayor Pro Tem Ness said, we have a 50-50 here. Let's not make it an all win and all lose. I would very much like to meaningfully extend and support Crooked Tree's lease while making space to find a solution that benefits Crooked Tree, the Con Foster Collection, and the residents of Traverse City. Does that mean a shared space? Maybe. It is a fact that the Con Foster Collection is housed at great expense in the lower level of the Carnegie, and that it needs a home for display. I'm not sure that what the library is proposing is the best solution, but I would very much like to think that there is a solution that can be found with collaboration and diplomacy. Thank you very much.
Well put, Heather. Jackie?
I likewise am in favor of the city manager's recommendation to attempt to find a shared solution. I think many times going in with an attitude of yes and can result in a better outcome for everyone. So I would like to see us move in that direction. I think I foresee challenges. You know, you have two organizations that have different funding models, which led to, you know, an RFP and scoring rubric that didn't really fit both organizations well. But I do believe that it would benefit the community for us to see these organizations work hard to find points of agreement and ways to have a shared space.
Ken?
I'll go over. Mitch, do you want to go first? Or I'll
You
go?
can.
I thought we did first.
So I wrote down my thoughts just like all the other commissioners on this, and what probably should have been a routine lease renewal contract extension became an RFP process because of facilities, maintenance, and mechanical needs of the Carnegie Building. Whether that was the appropriate thing to do at that time or not, it's what we decided as a commission to do. RFPs were submitted and were evaluated by staff to determine their merits and worth according to our prescribed criteria. Before those RFPs were officially made public, local media agencies were provided special access to those RFPs, which has significantly contributed to the level of concern in regard to the outcome and with regard to competing public interest. During this process, the city staff members a city staff member experienced a catastrophic personal tragedy that has contributed to the lengthening of this process. As of recently, some commissioners, myself being one of them, were presented with exploring the option of potentially sharing the space. I entertained the idea as a possible solution to this burning question of how do we prioritize the importance of the arts versus history. There is no winner in that argument, but as a possible solution to the question of the RFP, we proposed this question. It didn't seem unreasonable to ask if there was a potential for a mutually beneficial agreement. Could we possibly make everyone happy for the first time in the history of government? As it now seems, there is not enough supporting interest, I believe, in a shared space agreement, which is okay with me and consistent with the initial RFP process's intent. The question is presented through this process as what do we do with the Con Foster collection and its importance to this discussion. The city has been sitting on the collection for a considerable amount of time, and I believe that it is important that we take action and give some direction on this. I believe that it is very noble of the library to chase this pursuit, and a question that came up was, if Crooked Tree doesn't want to agree to share the space, are they the right tenant? But after some thought, I found myself wondering, would the library commit to sharing financial and personal resources for artifacts, inventory, and cataloging if they aren't selected as the RFP? So to look at those two in the same kind of perspective. And if that's the case, is the library the right tenant? Would the city force a retail business owner in a city-owned property on Front Street under the Opera House to share their lease space with a potential tenant as part of a lease agreement renewal? I don't think that would be appropriate. The building's maintenance and mechanical systems needs are the city's problem, not Crooked Tree's. The Con Foster collection is the city's responsibility, not the library's or Crooked Tree's. I hope that the library, if interested, will work with the city to continue and expeditedly complete the cataloging and inventory process of the remaining Con Foster collection so that when it is time, an appropriate display and celebration of these regional heritage artifacts can be produced. As a city, we need to work with interested organizations to move this along and/or put money behind this if it is a priority. None of this is Crooked Tree's problem and is not reasoning for not renewing their lease on the building. As a city and elected representatives of this community, I think one of the highest factors that we will be measured against is, did we do what we said we were going to do? In this case, we requested proposals and we received 2 responses. We need to decide tonight which one we are going to advance.
Thank you, Ken.
Can I ask
I will say this. Crooked Tree Art Center has responsibly and timely met its contractual obligations since March of 2015 and through 5 contract renewals that reflected appropriate rent increases.
Can I just ask, I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned the media had special access to the RFPs. Can you elaborate on that for me? I'm not sure.
I could go into that because I have an email. I have a line of thoughts on that as well. But I feel that there was an article, I don't want to out anybody. There was an article in a social media news article about the RFPs for Carnegie and Con Foster, or for the Carnegie Building and for the Bijou. The information that was detailed in that social media article was far advanced information than the public should have known. But that information hadn't been published in an agenda packet or given to commissioners yet. So it was frustrating for me that people had a lot of information that we as commissioners didn't have yet. I will find dates if you really want, and we can look into this a little
we
bit
can
more.
even talk offline. I will say that a media outlet did ask for the RFPs, and we did share those with that media outlet, and at the same time also shared those with the city commission. At least I did.
We asked for those because the email response was, there seems to be a lot of interest in this, so here they are. Well, there was a lot of interest from the commissioners, myself being one of them, because a lot more information had been shared with social media than had been shared with the commissioners or the public in an agenda packet release. So that was my concern with that. And it kind of contributed to the spiraling of this whole process and people taking sides. So it's a personal problem I had with the process. It doesn't mean that it was wrong or bad, but it was something that I identified as something I would like to not see in the future.
Yeah, well, I definitely want to have that conversation with you offline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Mitch had his hand up next.
Or Lance can go. Okay, and I'll go next. We entered this scenario because we have a building that the city owns that has, I would say, not just substantial maintenance issues, but maintenance issues that exceed that of a typical building of its age, which is significant. It was not, it was built to be a nice building over 100 years ago. It was then expanded and updated over the decades, I would say inconsistently, and that has left it with lingering maintenance needs. That was one of the biggest reasons, in addition to the need for more space, that Traverse Area District Library moved out of that facility to Woodmere. For many years after that, it did provide a space for the Con Foster collection to be publicly viewed, to be inventoried. Did that get the best use of it? No, because there were lingering funding issues associated with that. There was the lack of appropriate curatorial staff, but it was a continuing purpose of that building. In that role, it shared that space and that purpose with multiple organizations, the local rock club, the Model Railroaders Club, in a way that I would love to see going forward, that being a shared space. And while Tattle has presented that they can modify their vision for that space to a shared agreement, I have heard much less support from Crooked Tree towards a shared use, which I'm a little disappointed by, but I think that we can look towards a future in which we can embrace both history and the arts. And it's how and where that happens and what the city's role in that will be.
Thank you. Lance, you had your hand up.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I'm going to say something really quick because we've gone through the roll. I do see you, Jackie, though. One thing I just wanted to say was part of the process that it's been brought up. Yes, we were looking at the financial viability of city-owned properties, period. And to the point about businesses, we don't know what'll happen because the business leases are the next phase of us trying to update work on an updated policy. What we did come out of, though, and I will say this from the last time the Bijou was automatically renewed when it was under the film festival, that raised the question of, and I just want to kind of resettle a little bit of where this conversation started, of if somebody's in a city-owned property, is that an automatic lifelong lease then for the duration of the organization or the business or whatever else might be occupying it? And so that's where started to kind of come along with this idea of 10-year leases with 5-year checkups or other things along those lines. It's maybe a flawed system too. Maybe we have to look at 100-year leases with the dollar or something like that if this is going to be, if that's where we actually do want to take it. But I wanted to add a little bit of context. This wasn't just about not having money to repair a building. It was also creating a new process, and this just happens to be added. It's not about Crooked Tree. Crooked Tree has been an institution now. It's not about the library having been there before or wanting to go in now. This is just part of a process of kind of no automatic renewals, which is ironic because I think both the library and others have moved to automatic renewals if you're running behind on things. But this is where we're at, and this is why we're here. And so I don't want it to be targeted at Crooked Tree because they're just doing what they promised, they're just doing what they did as part of the process. And I appreciate that they, when we started these conversations, said, yep, that makes sense. We're going to bid. We're going to put our best bid forward. And that's where we're at. And this new idea has been introduced in the last week. And I don't want to paint them as not being cooperative either. This is a lot that we're putting on people all at once. But I do have to say, though, the one thing I wanted to point out that has been pointed out is there is the Con Foster collection in the basement, and that is already part of the lease, and it takes up a huge amount of space. So as we're talking about what this looks like going forward and going into it, right now we pay someone a ridiculously little amount of hours a month to go through that collection, and it is going very slowly. So what that amount of space that Tettle gets, we know what they've requested. How that cooperation works forward, I think, is very open to negotiation and discussion. So I don't want it also, if we do instruct Benjamin to go forward, to have the feeling that it must be each proposal exactly intact as it is. That's what a negotiation is, and that's where we can get into maybe some of the purposes behind having different partners, more than just here's a tape line down the middle of, not that anybody's going to do that, a tape line down the middle of the room, and you're on your side and I'm on mine, like a, from a 70s TV show. So I just wanted to kind of recenter that in this happening of, we went a long time with some automatic renewals. It was a problem with one of the businesses that's on Front Street that's still there when it had a changeover. It was a problem with the Bijou, with the film festival. So that is really the heart of this. It's not about this particular building or any particular tenants right now. So with that, Jackie, sorry, I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there too.
Thank you very much. This is I think, pretty simple clarifying question. In terms of the status of Crooked Tree's current lease, do I remember accurately that Right now, they are on an extension, a 12-month extension of their prior lease that was granted
Yes.
about this same time last year.
Yes.
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay.
Is that extension a renewal and not any different than the previous 4 renewals before that, though? Because that's what it looked like. When you look at those contracts, there are 5 it's addendums is what they're called, and it's just an extension of the existing agreement for another period of time with a rate increase.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not an extension in the sense that, hey, we'll give you some more time. It's a renewal of the lease as it was the first day.
Or
Yeah.
for a specific
For a
period.
specific, yes.
Thank you.
Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, and these extensions, this whole lease thing is really important, I think. Crooked Tree has been a good tenant. We have huge community support. So I think that at the very least, we need to give them a 1-year extension with a 5-year extension attached to that. That includes adherence to the results of the collaborative process, so that Crooked Tree will know that they've got a 1-year plus a regular old 5-year, as long as there's some kind of an agreement. And that's up to you, Benjamin, to use your diplomacy to make something happen, whether it's sharing the space or not sharing the space, but you're going to have to make everyone happy.
Well,
But
no
congratulations.
no major
But I-
expectations
you and the
there.
UN.
I
in there.
really feel strongly that we have to give them
I agree.
that time.
I agree that we need to give them some time. The exact amount of time is something I'd like the flexibility to work out.
And I would just add in too, as we talk about the different scenarios, if you're making good progress and we meet on the 4th and you're just not quite there, I would be happy to see, if that's the direction the commission goes in, I'm just thinking of all of our options. Some are very linear and very black and white. But if that's the direction the commission goes in, then come back on the May 4th and give them a renewal of however, or an extension of however many months to make sure that that's fair, so that they're not under the gun completely with a negotiation either, and feeling like, well, if we don't agree to something we don't want to agree to, then we're going to be out in October, and who knows what's going to happen. I guess we have to take it. So I want us to make sure that if there's some good faith conversations happening, or obviously if there's a final decision of any kind, that can come to that meeting. But if there's some good faith negotiations happening and it's getting some details, I'd rather have have good details and a good contract of whatever comes next than feeling like somebody's under the gun because they have to be out in October or something else.
I just want to say, in terms of managing expectations, if the commission's direction is for me to convene the parties, it will not be on your May 4th agenda, but potentially an extension of Crooked Tree's lease at that meeting, or maybe the May 18th city commission meeting.
Of a year,
right?
Not
well,
just a couple of months.
I would look from a business continuity standpoint, right? We're government up here. It doesn't so much matter because our years just keep going on and on and on. But a business has to plan, and I worry that if we don't set a date for an extension, then they're going to miss out on grant funding and miss out on other fundraising opportunities because we're just being wishy-washy about it, because we can just keep kicking it down, right?
We've already put this off a year.
The library, they've got a millage. It continues for, I think, 20 years. So they've got a lot of time to plan. And Crooked Tree has a lease that is expiring in October, and that worries me that we're just not giving them a date to at least business plan. So that's my thought around that, and why I do support, defining something.
Heather, and then Ken, and then Laura.
Well, I think I spoke before, Lance. Yeah, I really feel strongly that it has to be a year from October. They have to have all that time. Whatever happens, they need that time for, it's a business decision. You just can't work month to month. And it's disrespectful. They've been there for how many years now? As a good tenant.
Ken, and then Laura.
As I said in what I read earlier, I express support for the enjoying or entertaining the idea of the collaboration conversation, because I was informed that one party was interested. They're both very valuable community organizations. They deserve see if there's interest from the other party. There wasn't interest. So in that sense, I was fine with not moving forward with the collaboration discussion. So I understand that one of the things that happens is when we talk about something, we give it life. It was something that was worth giving some life to that discussion, but I don't think that's a direction that we necessarily is the primary purpose of this discussion. You know, on whether or not we leave here with a shared lease agreement. I'm fine with that. We can go back to the original intent of the RFP, which is what we said we're going to do, and we can pick one. I think that there is value in the discussion and having the conversation after the fact. Are you willing to work with this organization to bring the Con Foster collection to fruition? Because that might be displayed in that Carnegie building someday. So I do not want to kick the can on this decision. Like, it would be the most Traverse City Commission thing to do, just to
No.
avoid a difficult decision and push it off another
Yeah, I want to clarify one thing though, Ken. Right now, Tattle is not in charge of the collection though.
I know they're not.
Okay.
But they have, part of their intent with the RFP was, we are interested in doing work with that collection. Okay, that's great.
Right, but I was just going to say, so going back, that would be something that would be have to be negotiated
Yes,
though.
but that
So-
does not mean that that is part of a shared lease agreement.
Could be.
Could be though. I mean, because it's
it
this.
could be-
the-
it could
the
be
co-
separate
The
as
collection
well.
occupies space, so that could be you get this space and nothing else though.
I
So-
get that, but that's one of those thought processes that happen after, we put the RFP out there. As we start thinking about it, because so much time has passed, we've had the opportunity to think about all the potential that exists, especially when we've been able to look at these two RFPs and what was in them for such a long period of time. It does make sense that we look at these and say, wouldn't it be nice if these two could play well together? But that obviously isn't the case, and it wasn't what we agreed upon in the initial RFP. So I'm content with making a decision and going forward with one tonight. I think that's appropriate. Kicking the can is not. And I know that's a hard decision, but we need to make a decision tonight. Does everybody agree with that?
Laura has her hand up for something else, and I don't think so.
I would agree we need to provide direction to the city manager
Mhm.
tonight. And his recommendation was to have a short period of time to approach both parties to see whether or not there's the opportunity for collaboration at the Carnegie Building. I don't view this as a wishy-washy, kick the can down the road decision at all. I think in what we're faced with is we did an RFP and it's tied. It's not that one clearly outweighed the other where we can make a decision like that. And this commission made the decision to enter into the RFP process, not into a lease renewal contract. Those are two very different things. If we wanted to just move ahead with renewing Crooked Tree's lease, we should have just done that and not put out an RFP to establish kind of competing priorities.
I think,
So I don't
you had
view
some
this
new
as wishy-washy.
commissioners. I mean, I think you had some really new commissioners, the three of us being those people. And we were just this was put in front of us as if we're doing an RFP and the option isn't to just renew a lease. At least in my mind, that's kind of how it looked when it was brought to us at the meeting.
I didn't view it that way, but I appreciate that perspective. I just think we have, in a few short weeks, we have the opportunity to look at whether or not through some level of collaboration and partnership, do we have an opportunity to expand programming and stewardship of the Con Foster collection with some level of collaboration. If it's not there, it's not there. Then bring it back to this group and we will have to choose. I personally think it would be short-sighted to make a decision tonight choosing one or the other. That's a win-lose.
Mitch, Jackie.
Yeah. A year ago, we did have a lease renewal before us, and at roughly the same time, we had another proposal. It wasn't as fleshed out as we see in the RFP, but it was a proposal. And we decided at that time, not just that there were an upcoming election and there would be new commissioners, but that we hadn't gone through a transparent and open RFP process to actually see what the options were. We decided that we would renew the lease for 1 year and explore the RFP process, put it out, and actually see what the proposals we got came back. We spent a lot of time developing what that RFP would look like. We spent many discussions, staff spent untold hours analyzing them and putting the information together for us. So while we don't have to reach a conclusion now at this meeting, I think we should have an idea about what we're doing going forward and respect the RFP process, that we are not just looking at a lease renewal, but we are trying to decide what is the best use of the space and what the city's resources should be used for going forward.
Jackie?
I am trying to prioritize community benefit and how broadly the community may be able to benefit. I agree with Commissioner Ness that we are blessed to have two such strong applicants with distinctly different visions for the space, but I do believe that investing a defined amount of time into attempting to bring those parties together to act as a convener before making a choice is most likely to benefit the largest number of citizens in our community.
I would agree, Jack. And Heather, just if I can really quick, sign, go ahead.
So this is a direct follow-up to that. I think that if we're talking about the diplomatic process happening over the next month and then coming back to us, then that's okay.
Yes, that is my
But if it's going
intent.
on any longer than that, we have to make a choice. We have to make a choice within 30 days.
I can commit to that, that we would be back in front of you within a month. And I will say that I respect the points that both you, Commissioner Shaw and Commissioner Bomer, made about we have an existing tenant who's trying to run a business, and I respect that they shouldn't just be kept hanging there. And when I said I wanted some flexibility on the period of extension, it's that I want to have the opportunity to talk with them about what that looks like. And I just want you to know that I respect the situation there, and I honor that. So.
And the only other thing that I was just going to say to all of this is, just going back to the kicking the can down the road, I know everybody likes to use that about our commission, and sometimes it is. But we also take at least 2 meetings to decide even on an ordinance, right? We do possible introduction and then we vote. I don't think that we'd be doing the public a service if we only made a decision tonight, even if there wasn't both options. I think it would be irresponsible of us. Now, this meeting might have looked different. We might have had presentations from both parties or something else, but just looking at a rubric and deciding that night is just not good governance anyways. It doesn't have to be dragged out for a month inherently, but I don't think that that's really how this commission's ever operated. And so I just wanted to clarify that a little. We don't take major decisions lightly, and we like to make sure we have all the questions we can and send staff back with answers and such. So I think this fits into that. What I'm hearing, if we really want to kind of summarize it, is the commissioners would like to hear more of, is there some kind of compromise that, or an agreement that could be made between both parties? It might not be, but I think that's what I'm hearing from a consensus. Now, what that ultimately looks like and what that's brought back to us as might be, and I say consensus, not majority, not unanimous, will be what we will determine how we go forward. Is that fair to summarize as we're instructing staff as we move forward right now, as where the conversation so far has led? Does anybody?
Could you re-summarize that?
Yeah.
Sorry,
A little
I know,
more
sorry.
succinctly?
So the summary was basically that we are instructing staff, being Benjamin, to go and talk to both parties to see if there's some kind of agreement that can be made between the two of them. What that looks like and how it gets hammered out, we are not prescribing. We're letting them decide that and have that conversation. And it might be that there is none. But we want that information brought back to us before we make a decision.
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days, yes. And I would like to add, unless anybody disagrees, that at the next meeting, we will also have some conversation at least, or have an update on what that lease could look like too. I don't want us getting to 30 days out and then another meeting potentially and not having a clearer picture of Crooked Tree, having a clearer picture of where they might be. So.
When you say 30 days, is that referencing the May 4th meeting?
No, I'll have something back on May 4th. I intend to bring an extension of Crooked Tree's lease to you, potentially, and then May 18th is the deadline by which that's your second regular meeting in May, and I would have a report back to you with possibly a joint occupancy sort of arrangement, or couldn't get there. here's where we're at.
Yep.
But we spent a month trying.
And that duration will be recommended by,
May 4th, we will be voting on a one-year extension of the
no,
current
we don't know how
Crooked
long it'll
release.
be. That'll be after conversations.
I'd like to, I mean, I don't think it's good to negotiate things on the floor, terms like this. I promise you that I will work with Crooked Tree to come up with something that seems equitable, but the duration I don't want to commit to at this point. If you give me one, I will.
And that-
I have
that's-
to, but.
That's fair, that's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. So that's,
But I just think, I think everybody here deserves a clear understanding of what's gonna happen tonight. And what is that? Once
Well,
again.
if the commission goes this way, it would be that I will work with both organizations to determine if there's a way for them both to be at Carnegie Building and what that looks like, and bring back a recommendation to you on lease agreements accordingly. And that would be at no later than the May 18th meeting. I might come back to you at that May 18th meeting and say, we couldn't come up with anything. And here we are. And then the city commission makes a decision on if you want to go with either of the two. You are not, and I say this respectfully, you are not obligated to go with either of them. But that would be what I would return to you with.
Do we need to make a motion?
I would like
to
a
give you that?
motion.
Is there a sample motion in the packet?
There is. I'm prepared.
I'll make the motion if I can find it,
Oh,
or Jackie found it.
I
so.
think I have it here. Let's see if it needs tweaking, but I move that the city commission direct the city manager to have conversations with both Crooked Tree Arts Center and Traverse Area District Library to convene conversations to determine feasibility of a joint occupancy lease arrangement and to return to the city commission no later than May 18th with his recommendation based on those conversations.
Perfect.
Second.
thank you, Jackie and Laura. Okay, if we can have any more final thoughts, I'd like to open up for public
Thank you.
comment. Okay, so because there is a motion, we will have public comment. Can I have a raising of hands to see how many people intend to speak? And then there's people in the other room as well. Maybe. I see some maybes, I see some yeses. What time is it?
Let's take a little break.
Okay, well, we can't, can we take a break?
You
with
can
that?
take a
Okay.
5-minute recess.
So actually, sorry, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. This is in part to give ourselves time to sit for a captive audience for public comment, and also students, you can come get your signatures if you would like. I'm very aware of you all in our crowd and don't want you to be falling asleep in your first hour tomorrow.
Oh, let's sign these
Yeah, right.
signatures.
You can all sign them.
Hello.
Everybody, we're going to call the meeting back to order, please. Take your seats. Nope, look, Mitch ran off again at the last minute. Tell us, please.
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We have found out there's a longer delay than we thought. So if people in here and in the other room, if you want to make public comment, if you can start lining up, I'm going to have Sarah read the rules, and we will jump right into public comment then. So please, if you don't mind, Sarah, go right ahead, and everybody, please start kind of filtering.
Okay, we ask that you state your name and address, indicate if you're a city resident, non-city resident, and/or city business owner. We have a 3-minute time allotment per speaker. When your time has elapsed, the timer will beep. And finally, request that all language be respectful to all parties, and we ask that there are no applause, reactions, or other manners of individual speaking. And if you could please start lining up. Thank you very much.
Over to that side, I see some people over here too. So
Yeah,
start lining
lining
up over
up
there and we'll snake
that
out.
direction.
Sorry, I know it's crowd management. We don't do that a ton, so thank you for your patience with us. And I'll let Sarah, well, if you don't mind, we'll give everybody a second to settle in so we don't interrupt
Totally.
your time while people are getting situated. So I want you to have your full time. All right, and please proceed.
Thank you. My name's Brett Bolter, 5920 Boone Road in Traverse City, but I'm also the facility manager for the Traverse Area District Library. And I just wanted to bring my viewpoint forward about the two collections, the Con Foster collection and the local history collection. Con Foster enjoys a good environment at the moment, although it's not curated very well. And the local history collection has great curation and could benefit from a better environment. And I think there's an opportunity here for some synergy there, and I think it's a pretty valuable opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ann George. I live at 8584 Reynolds Road in Traverse City, and I'm a member of Crooked Tree. Thank you.
Thank you.
And a short member of Crooked Tree. And a member of a group that meets every week, so I have a real value in connection to the organization. I'm also a member of the library and use the library a lot. But I'm disturbed tonight listening to all of you for your very thoughtful remarks, but it seems as if, okay, we're going to not do the RFP right now. We're not going to vote on that, but we're only going to consider this one option. We're not going to consider any other option, such as would it be possible for the library to make use of the Bijou to display the Con Foster collection or some other displays? Just a thought to throw in. I know that complicates things, but if we're opening it to a different discussion, I don't know why we're only considering one and wasting a month on one discussion. Perhaps wasting, perhaps not, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred Nelson, 209 6th Street in Traverse City. I have more than a casual interest living a half a block away from the Carnegie Building. I have absolutely nothing against Crooked Tree, being a member and friend and all that. However, the building, the Carnegie Building, was built to be a library, and it was built and given to the city. I think that's the use that should be there. Now, if it's you guys work out a co-op deal, that's fine. But I do want to see the city collection resurrected from the basement and displayed where people can see it, not necessarily all the time, but so that people can casually go through and look. Plus, there's a tremendous amount of stuff in the library that needs to be archived somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Chapman, 118 East 12th Street, Traverse City, Michigan. I thought about this a lot. I'm going to try and be as diplomatic as I can, but I must say I'm disappointed in how this whole process took place. There were two groups that were asked to submit an RFP. 24 hours before the meeting, change horses in the middle of the stream. That seems wrong to me when you were asked to fill out an RFP and have it done by a certain date. Currently, Crooked Tree is paying $55,000 a year for rent. That's great revenue. The Traverse Library is I lost the word, but they're voted on. With Crooked Tree scoring the highest, millage, thank you. With Crooked Tree scoring the highest, then through communication with Crooked Tree, they're invited to redo their, or to bring their RFP up to what it was supposed to be. Would that have been allowed if somebody else? And Crooked Tree was not allowed, they weren't a part of any of the discussions for a joint partnership. All the conversation was with the library. That was unfair to Crooked Tree. It'd be like if you had two builders that wanted a piece of land and they were both given their RFPs to the city or whatever you desire. And then you said, okay, guys, we want you to share the property, you know? And you only had discussion with one builder, and you didn't have discussion with both builders. I think that was very unfair. In closing, I hope that the city improves their communication and does what they say they're going to do. In reading the ticker this morning, I got really upset, and I don't know how much of, I'm sure it was all valid, I know Luke, but it says, a tremendous amount of feedback has prompted city and library staff to propose a new approach. It's kind of late for two entities of the building, according to city manager. Crooked Tree staff, meanwhile, has expressed significant concerns about the proposals and asking commissioners to continue the request for RFPs as designed. And then
thank you. Your
and
time is up.
Marin Tet received so much feedback from people advocating
Jan.
for one proposal or another.
Your time is elapsed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Susie Loudon Matz. I am an employee of Crooked Tree. I am a, oh my gosh, I've got my husband's talking points. I'm not Michael Matz. Oh my gosh, I can't find mine. It's the pressure. Okay, I'm a guest experience associate at Crooked Tree. And I say up front that this is very personal to me, not because I might lose my job, but rather because I have personally witnessed day in and day out the tremendous individual, family, and community vitality that Crooked Tree generates throughout the year. The reality is, if you do not select the library, nothing changes. The main library and its branch libraries continue to function as is. The Con Foster collection continues to be cataloged, and the Con Foster collection addressed in the library submission was not identified to be addressed in your RFP. However, not selecting Crooked Tree a successful 10-year partner with the city, not just a tenant, will personally impact hundreds and hundreds of people, artists, supportive art businesses, students, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and visitors across a broad range of racial and socioeconomic demographics. Crooked Tree provides something nothing else in the community does. It is the heart and soul, a spiritual center that contributes significantly to our quality of life. I urge you to go forward with Crooked Tree's submission so that the organization can get beyond this process to get back to a focus on growing its programming and further enriching our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Paul Laporte. I live at 6427 Cedarmere in Peninsula Township. I want to start out by thanking you all here present for all your service for our beautiful community. There's going to be a lot of comments tonight about your unusual approach to the process and scoring of these RFPs. and the proposals that resulted. I'm not going to talk about that part. I want to talk about 4 cohort groups within the service purview of Crooked Tree and how they will be materially, substantially, and undeniably affected by any loss of space in that that we currently enjoy. The first is Paint Grand Traverse. It's been in all the papers for the last 7 years. You know about it. I don't need to talk about it. It's on the national radar of art centers around the country. The next one I want to talk about is Arts for All was a nonprofit in this community serving mentally and physically handicapped artists. Went out of business last year, and Crooked Tree came up and salvaged the programming that would have been denied these vulnerable citizens. And I think that would be materially affected by any change. The third one is the Youth Art Show. Last week we closed the Youth Art Show annual show that was represented by 36 schools in this region, not just in Traverse City, but in the region. And over 1,000 students had their work on display. If we lost the gallery space that we enjoyed, we would no longer be able to have the same impact on those students' lives. University of Michigan Stamps School of Design was here, and Center for Creative Studies in Detroit, affiliation with the Detroit Institute of Arts, was here. Both of them with fistfuls of money that were given to students in scholarships to their organizations. That would materially be subject to a detrimental loss for our community and for these students. The fourth one that I want to talk about is an affinity group of visually impaired artists. Now that I'm legally blind, that means an awful lot to me personally, but it's an unknown.
Thank you.
Paul.
Erin McCall, 1676 Maple Ridge Way, Traverse City, non-city resident, but I am the systems librarian for Traverse Area District Library. I'm here to show my support for the library because I believe it will use the Carnegie Building to build a bridge between the historical past and future potential of Traverse City. Tidal has repeatedly shown that they lead through strategic direction and commitment to their responsibilities in serving the community, especially when in partnership with members of the community, and that does include Crooked Tree Art Center if the opportunity for joint occupancy is pursued, bridging the context of history with the importance of the arts. Tidal has the capacity to be long-term stewards of the building, the grounds, and the Con Foster collection within, with proven expertise in following sustainable practices. I have my full faith in their ability to carry the Carnegie Building into the next chapter of community connections in partnership with Crooked Tree, if that's on the table, and the traditions of Traverse City. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robin Stanley. I live at 229 Birchwood Avenue in Traverse City, 49686. I am speaking as a citizen when I thank you for this conversation, and now I'm going to speak as an employee of Traverse Area District Library. I am currently the curator of the local history collection at the library. I'd like to say that I've been a curator for a long time, my whole life, special collections, art collections, and I've worked around numerous institutions and special collections. There are many elements that go into a successful collections project, and I'd like to talk about one of those because I think it gets overlooked in the project, in the process of talking about these issues. I have personally experienced the literal transformation of commitment in regards to the local history collection at the Traverse Area District Library. I've seen the local history collection go from literally a line item in the budget to total organizational support, and I'll explain that really quickly. I'm one of a very small staff at the library right now, but I have seen support from the library in these departments: administration, marketing, technology, facilities, and every individual department at the library. And also our board, which has been tremendously supportive of what we're doing. The reason is for all of this support is the leadership of Michelle Howard. Michelle Howard has consistently supported local history for this community and other projects as well, but her commitment to the local history collection has been phenomenal, and I wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't for her support. She's done this also not just for the library to say that we have a local history collection or that we're stewarding it, but she's doing it for the community. So what I want to say, the last thing I want to say is I was asked early on in this whole discussion, you know, why have the history collection at the Carnegie? What do you think of that? I have the unique, I worked at the Carnegie in the 90s. I was a librarian there. So it's, without it being personal for me, I said the answer was yes. And the reason it's yes is not sentimental. It's not because it's an old building, but because Tattle has the leadership that will take the idea of history back into this community. And that's what I have to say, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peg Siciliano, 627 Eastwood Avenue. I am a retired professional archivist and public historian with a master's degree in American history. I am here to support Tattle's suggestion for sharing at the library, particularly because of its impact on the Con Foster collection. It has not one item from that collection has been displayed for 10 years. I know the city has put effort into managing it correctly, but you really need strong professional guidance on how to do that and how to bring it back to the public. The library already has at least 3 employees that are fully trained public historians that the library is willing to put onto that task, and it would be a golden opportunity missed by the city to give us citizens back the view of that collection. I'd also like to clarify that it is not necessary to totally inventory an entire collection before inventoried items can be put on display with proper security and proper display environmental protections. So things could move forward in a small way without that entire collection being inventoried. And I have no doubt that the library has the professional expertise to do that. And I would like to see it cooperate with Crooked Tree. I have also written grants over my lifetime, and I suspect that losing a bit of space in your facility, the facility that you're in right now, would not completely make it impossible for you to continue to receive grants. And I'd be willing, I'm sure you have professionals that already do that, but I truly believe that. It's not an easy
Please direct your
role.
comments toward this group up here. Thank you.
I truly believe that and also arts and history are not two separate things. They really intermingle with each other as liberal arts. And I think that could be give it a month to talk about it. I think it could work very well, and I appreciate your willingness to do that, assuming that you vote that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Matz, 309 West Front Street, number 227, Traverse City. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to provide my public comments regarding this monumental decision for our community. My comments address the proposals as submitted in response to the RFP. Visitation to local history museums has been in decline for years. Once you've seen it is a common criticism of local history museums. Typically static, unchanging exhibits that do not engage the audience past one visit, if at all. The Traverse City Regional History Center has a more sustainable approach. Moreover, it is highly unlikely that the planned HVAC improvements will adequately meet professional museum standards for temperature and relative humidity for the proper conservation of paper archives, photographs, and historical artifacts proposed in the library's RFP submission. Additionally, natural light, a plus for exhibiting art in art classrooms, is a deteriorating parameter for history collections. In fact, it is recommended that windows be blocked for adaptive use of buildings in a history museum. Clearly, that is undesirable with respect to the character and integrity of the Carnegie Building, and for that matter, not desirable for the addition either. Its age and international style make it potentially eligible for historic designation and would block wonderful views of Hannah Park and the river. In these times, constantly rotating exhibits that engage the visitor are critical to a museum's vitality. The current use as an art center naturally fits that criteria, as shows, exhibits, and classes are regularly planned to change throughout the year, providing new, enriching experiences for area residents and visitors, provide more opportunities, exposure, and potential revenue for the area's artistic community, and for broad support network of local businesses. It is the case that unlike art exhibitions, which substantially just take up wall space, exhibits of historical artifacts necessarily take up considerable floor space, less space for mingling, community events, and educational purposes. I believe there is sufficient reason to question whether the two buildings have the space identified in the library submission for mounting, engaging, rotating history exhibits, sorry, breath, relax, to both install them in space to prepare the installation, for archival storage to support those exhibits and hold permanent collections, for archival storage of 2D materials to be transferred to the Carnegie, for meeting space, study spaces, recording studios, scanning equipment, digital image tools, and for professional staff and office space, all identified in their proposal to the RFP. I suggest that the visitor numbers projected by the library as being similar to other branch libraries is not tenable. It is not the same operating function. Again, Crooked Tree Arts programming by design changes shows regularly to attract and engage citizens and visitors.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Margaret Smith. I live at 6195 Center Road, Apartment D, Traverse City. I'm a member of the Art Center and I'm a member of the library, and they're both very important to me. But a history exhibit I would see once, while I go almost every week to a class at Crooked Tree Art Center. I have a question. The money that would be paid by the library as rent, where does that come from?
It's not a dialogue. We won't answer questions.
Okay, well, if it comes from the money that they get from the public, aren't we just moving money around? And you would be, if you gave it all to the library, you wouldn't be getting the rent from outside sources. Anyway, I feel quite disrespected by you all because you changed the criteria at the last moment to make it even. The Art Center means a lot to me and to a lot of people. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Sherry McNamara, 1526 Northwest Silver Lake Road, Traverse City. Thank you all for taking a lot of your time tonight to consider this for both parties. While I respect the city's interest in supporting the Art Center and the library, altering the material terms of the RFP at this stage raises serious concerns regarding fairness, transparency, compliance with established public procurement standards, which seemed obvious at your meeting tonight. The introduction of a shared use requirement specifically obligating or encouraging the selected tenant to relinquish their use of premises for 1 to 2 months annually constitutes a material change to the scope and conditions of this lease or this agreement. Both are trying to operate in good faith. I am also a member of both places. I teach at Crooked Tree. I go to all of their openings and look at their exhibits. I judge the youth art show, which is highly attended. I also attend the library. I love to read, and I think there's a great purpose in both things. I think trying to mesh them in one, where it is disrupting the business on a daily basis of Crooked Tree, who have in good faith tried to secure this again for their use, seems like you're trying to enable the library to make everyone, at least all of you, perhaps feel more at ease with a decision. It's hard to make a decision that goes against anyone, and I understand that. But when it comes to a daily business, Crooked Tree does have a right to succeed in that. They have worked hard at that. The library had been in the Carnegie before. They chose to leave it. Understandably, they needed bigger space, and they have a beautiful library because of it. Maybe there is a way that this collection could be on display at the Dennis Museum, which seems like it might be worthwhile, or at the college, which we have college people here. Maybe that's a better use for learning and understanding about that kind of history. Many of the residents here are not involved in the local history, like local people, myself included. It is not something that they might be as invested in. It might be something that a tourist might be interested in, but probably not regularly. The arts and at the Art Center have been highly attended, sometimes hundreds of people at a time in there. I am there usually twice a week. I see people all the time invested in looking at art. It does move us. I'm sure all of you are familiar with great paintings. Are you as familiar with a great artifact? I doubt it, because that's not something that we are normally going to be interested in unless we're really interested in history, and I'm not trying to discount that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Jeff Underhill, 109 West 11th Street. I'm a resident. This was written prior to the change in occupancy strategy, but thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the leasing strategy for the Carnegie Building. As you evaluate its best use, I respectfully urge you to prioritize a lease agreement with a private sector entity rather than a tax-supported institution like the Traverse Area District Library. My concern centers on three key principles: fiscal responsibility, adherence to core mission, and public transparency. First, from a financial standpoint, leasing to another tax-supported entity creates what can be best described as a circular transaction. When the library pays rent to the city, those dollars ultimately come from the same taxpayer. No new revenue is created. Funds are simply shifted from one public account to another. In contrast, a lease with a private business or an independently funded nonprofit introduces new dollars into the city's general fund. Second, this proposal raises concerns about mission creep. The Traverse City residents have already made a substantial investment in a 53,000 square foot main library facility. With thoughtful planning and creative use, any museum-related programming could be explored within this existing space. Expanding into a separate building to operate a museum represents a significant departure from the library's core purpose. It also brings with it substantial ongoing operational costs and staffing that the residents will financially bear. Finally, this situation highlights a lack of transparency. Public trust depends on open communication, yet this proposal by the library system has been developed without meaningful public visibility. Recent library board agendas do not reflect discussion about operating a museum, and the library's newly released 26 through 2028 strategic plan contains no reference to a museum business. For a project of this scale to be absent from these public-facing documents suggests that important conversations have not occurred in a fully open and transparent setting. To maximize the value of the Carnegie Building, we should seek an outcome that generates true economic benefit and maintains the highest standard of transparency. I respectfully ask that you decline the Carnegie Building lease proposal to the Traverse Area District Library and instead pursue a private partner that brings new investment and transparent accountability to the community. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
My name is William Burgard. We live at 2202 Chelsea Lane and Hartman Road, just out of town. We had three things that moved us to come here. We retired in 2000, the wife and I. We settled very near Higgins Lake, but Traverse City had so much to offer, we decided we definitely should move. The first thing, because of our age probably, was the hospital here. And we did utilize that, by the way. And secondly was the Arts Center, okay? And probably the third thing was the beautiful scenes you have here. You have the beaches, you have the water, you have the trees, you have wildlife that won't quit. We spend probably 2 days a week at least stopping by Boardman Lake to watch the waterfowl come in and go. Our association with the Crooked Tree Arts Center has been all the time since we've been here. So I would say it's probably been 7 years. And it's been a very gratifying experience. The whole community and the surrounding community uses Crooked Tree. You have children, you have old adults, you have all age groups and a lot of separate interests. We were astounded one day to have, I would say, 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds come in with their portable sewing machines, okay? They had something going on in the basement, a sewing class, all right? We currently, the wife and I, who's here, Joe Carroll, we both took a class there probably 2 weeks ago. In the meantime, she's taken 2 additional classes there, okay? So there's a lot of usage by ourselves. I think the community would be shorted if they had shortened time or shortened exposure to the art here. The Indian Museum approach doesn't seem appropriate. Maybe a second building beside the Art Center, which probably nobody wants to spend the money on, but that might be something to think about. But definitely the Art Center should be looked at in more, a higher level of interest than it currently does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Howdy, Scott Morey, 630 South Union Street, city resident, also a library employee. The Carnegie Building is owned by the public. It should be open to the public as much as possible. You shouldn't ever need to pay to come inside to attend a program, a class, or event. The public should be able to use the public restrooms whenever the facility is open. The city issued an RFP. Only 2 organizations applied. One of these organizations has a history of providing consistent public service without barriers to everyone in the community. Only one of those organizations lets the public use the restroom whenever the building is open. The library is a premier public service organization in our community. It has a track record of providing top-notch public service for programs for all ages and all backgrounds. It has the infrastructure and it has the people to help preserve and share our history. It is governed by a locally appointed board. Having a public organization like the library providing service in the historic building granted to the city by Andrew Carnegie for library purposes, protecting and enhancing our history and our community, provides more value to our community than continuing to lease the space in perpetuity to a private organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, excuse me, Melissa McKenna, 8651 Lake Ann Road, resident of Elmira Township, and I am the Assistant Director for Outreach and Adult Services for the library. And I do have something prepared. I wasn't sure I was going to give it, but I would like to respond to something else that was said earlier, and that's what my remarks are about. So I do want to tell you about the hundreds and hundreds of local history questions and inquiries that we get at the library every year. My department, my staff at the reference desk are the ones who are the people who get those questions coming in. And every day we are helping citizens, local community members learn about the history of this place, but we are also a major tourist destination, and you wouldn't think that as a library, but those of us who work in a library know that's what we do when we go on vacation. But I will say that those people are coming in looking to make connections with Traverse City. They chose to come visit this place because of its beauty, but also many of them because they have a family connection. They have history in this area, and they want a place to go to learn about that. The library is not that place. We're not a museum right now on Woodmere Street. We are not a museum. We are not a historical society. We are a library. And so there are limits to what we are going to be able to do in a space that is set up and designed to be servicing as a library. I would also like to say that the library, I've heard a lot about the library wants to do this and the library wants to do that. The library is not making a proposal because it's something that the library wants to do. The library doesn't decide to do things. The library listens, and the library asks questions, such as we do in our strategic planning process, and we say, what do you want? And the community tells us in a variety of ways, just like they tell you guys what they want in a variety of ways. And so that's really what we're responding to at this point, is this request from hundreds of people on a regular basis all the time. And when we talk about not wanting to necessarily interact with physical things, I can honestly tell you that one of the most popular things at the reference desk is the assortment of antique typewriters we have behind the desk. Everyone of every age that comes up to the desk wants to talk to us about those old artifacts. They are not forgotten. They're important. And even the kids know that they're important, and they want to know more about them. And so that's really what we would like to do here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Peg Yonkoff, 101 West 19th Street. So the question is what is our City Carnegie Building's next chapter? The first chapter of the building was made possible by Perry Hanna's gift of land and Andrew Carnegie's gift of the building. The building, including the Cornwell addition that was added in 1964, served as our city library from 1905 to 1999. The second chapter involved the building's extensive renovation work that began in 2000 until 2002. I co-chaired a 20-person capital campaign committee that raised over $1.4 million for building renovations, thanks to so many. The third chapter was the building's reopening on June 22nd, 2002, as the Grand Traverse Heritage Center that included 6 history-related partner organizations. The name was changed to the History Center of Traverse City in 2010, but ceased operation for several reasons in 2014. The fourth chapter has been the Crooked Tree Art Center for the past 10 years. I'm a member of the Art Center, and I support its mission. However, like the building's previous chapter, they are a tenant with a contract that was extended. I wish there was some way to share the building and in partnership work to enhance its educational potential. The fifth chapter that Tattle proposes includes a city museum with art and evolving history-related exhibits, special collections, library, and community center. I support Tattle's proposal for 3 reasons. The first reason is the fact the library is growing and running out of space. Gifts are continually being made to the library, such as Perry Hanna's journal and never-before-seen photos of Mr. and Mrs. Hanna's daughter, Clarabelle, and her husband, George Gardner. All materials were professionally scanned and can now be enjoyed on Tattle's website. Michelle and staff envision moving all history-related materials, including the 2D collection housed in mobile cases, to the Carnegie Building. Michelle has unanimous board support to look for more space, is a proven partner with the city, serving as a voting precinct, for example, and has no debt. A huge second reason is the building would be open to the public at all times, just like our library, including the restrooms. The library's proposal will be included in the current millage and yet to be determined city financial support for their work with the Con Foster collection. The third reason is the 3D collection project. A very, very part-time person has been working on the Con Foster collection for the past several years. It's been 12 years since the collection has been in storage, and Chattel staff has the expertise to expedite this project. They want to help professionally sort through this collection, preserve it, and share the history of our area. A very successful example of Chattel's vision is Chicago's former Carnegie Library building on Michigan Avenue that is now a cultural center. I hope this public asset can be shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Howard, 435 West 11th Street, and I'm a city resident and the library director. And I just wanted to thank you and say that I fully support the city manager's suggestion of having a conversation, given the scores that of the RFP were the same, both parties scoring the same. I think in these contentious times, sometimes we want to choose an enemy, but I really truly believe that we all have more in common than we have differences. And this process, though non-traditional, allows us that space to have those conversations, to see where we can build maybe an idea of something that's even better than what we've come up with. So I just want to thank you for that process. And my manager, marketing manager couldn't be here tonight, but she wanted me to invite you all, if you want to see some of the magic of the library, stop by this weekend. We have MakerFest at the Civic Center, and it's a beautiful example of how we come together with over 40 partner organizations to do something for the community related to STEM and resources and recycling. And also, if science is not your thing, we also have our Poets Night Out event on Sunday night at the Kirkbride Hall at 7 p.m. And that's another partnership. We partner with Michigan Writers and a bunch of groups to honor our poets in our region. So thank you for your service to our community and your consideration on this very important topic. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Katrina Ottman, and I live at 711 East Orchard Drive in Traverse City. Gosh, my heart's really beating. I've asked a lot of people how they feel about the library and the Crooked Arts Center and which one belongs in the Carnegie Building, and they all answer, well, it was a library, it should be a library again. And so I start the argument over, and I try to be more unbiased and more fair to each side. And I say, but they've been there forever, and they just want to renew their lease, and we care about the arts. And the answer is always, it was a library. It should be a library again. And so I really had to think about this, because as an architect and as having a little bit of the background in historic preservation, I couldn't understand why they just automatically thought the building should be a library again. And after giving this some thought, I think it's because we all fundamentally understand that a building and how it impacts you changes your perspective of what's in the building, right? And so when little kids come up to a building like the Carnegie Building, and they're going inside and they're on their first history tour, and they're going to see all of these artifacts, they walk into a building like that that's so grand and civic, and their experience with those artifacts is so much different than if they were going to a tucked away corner in the library. And really, that's where our archives are right now. They are tucked away in a corner of the library, and that's probably where they're going to remain, because they've been tucked away in places like the basement for 10 plus years now. And so, as much as I love the arts, my degree is in the arts. I was an art assistant for years because I love it so much, and I don't think anyone ever wants to put Crooked Tree out in the dirt but there are other places that an art center could be, and I would go to an art center that was in a strip mall or some back tucked away corner, because people who love the arts, they seek the arts out, but we don't always seek out history, and we don't always understand the value of it, so we need our spaces and our places to tell us how important it is. And so I really think that the Carnegie Building is just, it's the more appropriate place. And I think that's the question here tonight, not who can raise the funds and who's more deserving and what do we love more. We're not choosing between the arts and the library. We're just trying to decide, is this building more appropriate for this use or this use? And it's not personal, it's just what's more appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tina Soyring. I live at 519 Fifth Street, Traverse City, Michigan, city resident, library user, Crooked Tree Arts user. I want to thank you for your thoughtful consideration tonight. There's been great discussion, and I really appreciate it. Living where I do on Fifth Street, I have to say that I see so many people go in and out of Crooked Tree Arts Center on a regular basis, from toddlers, infants, teenagers, younger people, young adults, older people, and I see so many people go in and out of there. I never saw that many people go in there before. It's been a great use of the building. I know people who have stopped in there to use the bathroom when the art center has been open and they weren't necessarily members. So that could be a little bit of a fallacy. I don't think it's an issue of not being willing to work together or enemies. I've heard that a couple of times tonight, which really concerns me. I think it's an issue of timing, and I really like some of the comments that I heard earlier tonight. 6 months for a business when they thought they were going to be staying in their same location to all of a sudden have to relocate and try to find a place to be is rather difficult. And there's a good faith component that as a city we've been putting forward in the past. In my eyes, I feel like that's been eroded a bit and kind of pulled out from under Crooked Tree, even though they knew they had to apply and it wasn't a guarantee. But in my mind, and the way it looks, especially after reading the record or the ticker today, it just raised some concerns. I find it very hard to believe that Kristen would not be willing to have a discussion and take a look at how to share space if she had more time. Maybe move forward with a 1 year, look at the RFP, move forward for 1 year, allowing Crooked Tree to stay where they are, and then take a look during that time of how you can share, possibly share that property, how things could be distributed a little bit differently, but allow time for that process to work. I live in the historic district, our local historic district. I value history. I don't think that's unimportant, but there's a way to take a look at this process and make it work for both groups. I do agree that as valuable as history is, when it comes to the teenagers and some of the younger people I see going in to Crooked Tree, they may not be as excited about that. You know, when I visit historical areas around the country, when I travel, it's usually my population that I see, my age group, not necessarily the younger people. I've been in Crooked Tree.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
for
you, Tina.
listening.
See some last call here for public comment, so there we go.
Hi, my name is Christy Wodek. My address is 5098 Stonefield Drive, Traverse City, and I'm the managing director at Crooked Tree Arts Center. Thank you all for having the conversation. I had like things written, and I'm probably just gonna talk because there's a lot going through my mind. In December 2024, I came here to have our lease renewed, and that was on the docket. And another entity came and said we'd like to halt or kind of pause that. So we have been working on renewing our lease essentially since December 2024. We got the renewal to 2025, full understanding in December of 25 that there was going to be an RFP process. Here we are, and it is dragged out. And I respect and I understand the feeling, the mutual feeling that I see from this group to have conversations. I have so many projects that I have had to keep pushing back because I'm working on the RFP. Now there's this, now I need to work on this. I owe it to this community, and I want to thank everybody who came tonight. I'm sorry, I forgot I'm not supposed to address the group. I apologize. For everybody that came here to support Crooked Tree, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This organization means the world to me. And I just want to be able to put the best foot forward. I apologize for getting emotional. It started my day at 5 o'clock in the emergency room with my husband, so it's been a very long day. The idea of sharing a proposed shared space would require us to step back in the programming that we are doing. The programming that continues to grow. We will now have to scale that back for shared space. We are trying to meet the community's needs and demands, and stepping back is not the way to go. I also want to bring up a couple other things. Somebody made a reference about getting grants. It's not about will we have enough space to write a grant for. It's the fact that I can't write a grant right now because I do not know where we are going to be after October. That's where, if you see that comment, that's where that's coming from. The other comment about the bathrooms, people can come and use the bathrooms. If you see a sign that says you cannot use the bathrooms downstairs, that is because we are protective of the children in the building. And if there is a preschool, elementary, middle, or high school class, I do not want strangers going downstairs. We get busy with other customers. If I don't know where they're at, we don't want them hanging around the bathroom. So we do open up our bathrooms for the public. We just, when we have a young class going on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christy. And I appreciate that. So any other public comment at this time, please?
Hi, I'm Angela Morris. My address is 2090 West Sheridan in Petoskey. I'm not a Traverse City resident. And good evening. Thank you all for your time. I'm the executive director of Crooked Tree Arts Center. And, you know, we approach this process in good faith from the very beginning. As Christy mentioned, the timeline, we've followed every requirement that was outlined in the city's RFP, completing the site visit, the interview, the full proposal process, and we invested a lot of staff time, board time, and volunteer time to complete that. And as was noted, our submission received a perfect score, reflecting our strong, viable, and experienced plan. At our core, I just want to reiterate, we are a community arts center. We serve thousands of students and adults of all ages, supporting over 600 artists annually, and we maintain a consistent year-round operation in this building, and we have been doing that for 10 years now. We are growing at capacity, and the community demand for our programs continues to grow. So we respect the process that was put in place, but moving the bar this late and continuing to delay a decision really negatively impacts our organization, the people we serve, the staff, and it just really puts everything at a halt. So we really believe it's important for the commission to move forward with a vote on the RFP. We do value collaboration, and we have a strong history of partnering with other organizations through events, workshops, and shared initiatives. So we look forward to continuing those kinds of partnerships in ways that expand access and benefit the community. We're proud of the role that we play in helping the community thrive, and we're excited about the opportunity to continue building on that momentum in the years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment at this time? Please approach the podium, as everybody has been, please.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. I'm Brian Eiler. I work at Crooked Tree. I live in Lake Ann. The Commons was invented as a mental institution. Should it go back to being a mental institution? Just came up with that here. Couldn't help it. But thank you. I would like to invite you all to come to our next opening, which is on May 1st, and see what Crooked Tree is all about. There's 5 exhibits opening from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., or any day after that. They will be on for the whole month of May. And just to see how we use the space and how we use every last inch of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final public comment? Okay. No. Okay. just want to make sure, and we do have the audience over there, but I think we sent people to notify them as well. So I just wanted to bring it back, and first of all, thank everyone for your comments and your public comment and being so respectful. I know there's a lot of people with a lot of passion here tonight, and we understand that this process has been flawed, and that's an admission has come out in all of this as well. Because we are, this is public comment on a motion, I just wanted to bring it back to that the motion right now is that we would engage the city manager to talk to both parties to see if there is some kind of an agreement that could be made. It is not required. To those who pointed out that the RFPs have been made and the proposals are there, ultimately, that those might be the proposals we are deciding between. This is a step that is the purview of the city commission as the kind of responsible body for our city properties. And I understand I hear the frustrations, and I understand the hours that went into it, and we thank everybody who was involved at Crooked Tree and at Tattle for the work you put into the initial RFPs, and I wanted to thank you all for that and acknowledge just how much I appreciate how much our community has handled this discussion tonight. And so with that, I think, Benjamin, did you want to say a couple of things?
Yeah, I just wanted to respectfully just clarify a couple points. A speaker had mentioned that we changed the criteria at the last minute to make it even. We did not change the criteria. What I believe happened was I just didn't agree with the assessment of the library's financial, like their credit rating. The library does not have the capacity to have a traditional credit score. It would be like dinging someone, the state of Michigan, for not having insurance because they're self-insured, and they have the equivalent of that. So I just want to very respectfully say the criteria was not changed in that regard. And then just, I've said this publicly before, but I wanted to reiterate for everyone. I know we're talking about a lease extension for Crooked Tree, really no matter what, but I would never support giving a nonprofit like Crooked Tree a very short period of time if the commission did decide to go in another direction. I would advocate for providing them with a respectful off-ramp. And so I just wanted to just say that, and it's not meant to sway anything or discourage public comment. I just wanted to provide that context. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And given all the public comment time that we've had, Sarah, would you read the motion back that is before us? As best you can to your ability at this point.
I have a big note that says double check video. That the city commission direct the city manager, that the city commission directs the city manager to have conversations with both Crooked Tree Arts Center and the Traverse Area District Library to convene conversations with Crooked Tree Arts Center and Traverse City Area District Library to determine feasibility of a joint occupancy lease arrangement and to return to the city commission no later than May 18th with an update? Question mark?
Okay. So that's okay.
I believe the word was recommendation.
Thank you. That works.
Okay. Perfect. Okay. Go ahead, Heather, please.
Yeah, I just have to say, the line between an historical artifact and a piece of art is very thin. It's sometimes so thin that it is invisible. History informs art, just like art informs the future, which will be somebody's history, which will be somebody's art. Art and history are natural fellows. They inspire each other, they challenge each other. I don't see that we're dealing, this is just not a binary decision we have here. You have a very challenging assignment ahead of you, Ben, and I hope you can be inspiring.
That is my desire, my
and
strong
find
desire.
that thin line where everybody can stand.
Any other comments from commissioners before the vote? Go ahead, Mitch, and then Ken.
Yeah, I would just like to thank the public for being more outspoken on this issue than literally any other issue in my 5 years that I've served on the city commission. And I was the most frequent member of the public to show up to city and planning commission meetings for 3 years before that. So in the last 8 years, nothing has reached this level of public engagement. And that really points to the fact that both these groups and the broader community feel passionate about the arts, about history, about the history of that building and its role in our community. I kind of wish that we had a little more attention Not saying that we would have dug up something with the $26.8 million sewer upgrades that we were earlier on the agenda today, but that is a larger chunk of change than is at stake here.
Thank you. Ken?
I'm trying to unpack this and think about the difference between the importance of art and the importance of history, and we can't, if that is a criteria alone, we can't decide one way or another. So I'm left with, what did we decide to begin this process with? And that was an RFP where we said that we would select one. Towards the end, I was engaged about the potential interest of sharing the space. And my understanding was that if both parties agreed to it, we could go forward with that. It seems that is not the case, but there is an opportunity to potentially share space and look at the historic artifacts after some lease renewal discussion has been had. So I don't know that I necessarily need to push this tonight. I think we can make a decision, and I think it's the right thing to do. That's my stake.
Okay. Any final thoughts from commissioners before we call the vote? Okay, then with that, I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Treadwell?
No.
Commissioner Funk?
No.
Commissioner Bomer?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ness?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so with that, that has moved that forward, and Benjamin is intrigued. I can't talk tonight. We'll be talking to everybody and bringing us back an update. And it wasn't in the motion, but I want to be clear that part of that update will be coming back to us with the update on the lease for the next business meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, so with that, we will now, and thank you to everyone. That is where we are at, so that is what passed. We have more exciting things on our agenda if you'd like to stick around, but I do not blame you if at 10:10 at night you would like to leave. So we are not going to officially recess, but we'll take a moment to allow you all to leave if you don't want to hang around and talk about contract amendments about irrigation. So.
Yeah, good. It's important. I agree, Mitch. It's important.
I'm lonely.
Oh, no. I wrote down the one quote before it went. About FHWA.
Oh, yeah.
Landscaping.
I don't even have my computer.
Everybody's moving, we just gotta give it a minute. I'm just watching, making sure everybody's actually moving and not stopping. They're all moving.
We're here. No, I'm not going.
Well, I didn't want to call an official recess.
We are past pumpkin time.
Now, Richard's pumpkin time. I have
Yeah.
faith in the rest, I have faith in us to get through the rest of the year.
That's right, it's the 3 minutes, and it's like this big.
You have
Put
no
it on like
shortfall
TV,
hitters here.
like a countdown.
I was ready to keep on going with the discussion.
Don't ever do that at that time of night, Mitch.
I know.
Okay, I want to thank everybody who in the public who engaged with us, and we just gave them a moment to clear for those who might be watching at home. So with that, though, we are going to move on to our next, which is a contract agreement for the irrigation for the center median of Grandview Parkway. This has Benjamin's name, but I want to thank Michelle Hunt and Ann Pagano for joining us up here. This is also, we're giving Ben a chance to get back. This is how we will be trying to do when we have calendared and regular scheduled items, is have the staff in question sit with us versus standing at the podium, because they are our staff and part of our team. So there, I gave you enough time. Benjamin, now if you want to kick that off.
I'm going to turn it over to the experts,
Okay.
Michelle Hunt and Ann Pagano, if they would take it away.
Thank you. So for the newer commissioners, this project, back whenever MDOT first approached the city on redoing the Grandview Parkway, we started the irrigation conversations back in 2021. And it was always known that the city would be responsible for replacing any irrigation that's existing or that we wanted new upon the construction of the Grandview Parkway. That was always a city responsibility. It's not something within MDOT's scope that they reconstruct. So we began conversations back at that point to focus the landscaping where we had irrigation and then work on quotes. So we did it in 2 phases. The Grandview Parkway was in phase 1, and then we're talking about phase 2. So in 2025, we did the phase 1 irrigation, which is everything east of Division, and the irrigation was put in, the landscaping was put in, and it looks great. And then we came back to the City Commission in the spring of last year to continue with the planned irrigation for phase 2, which is everything west of Division, including the new roundabout. And in those conversations, the decision was made to take the scope of work and modify it so that the irrigation was removed from the center medians, but we were permitted to continue with the north and south side of the road right-of-way and the new roundabout at the 2272 interchange. And so because of that decision, MDOT removed all of the planned landscaping for that center island. So they could not commit, they did not want to commit to planting trees that were not going to be irrigated. So as the median looks today, would be what it looks like in the future because there's no irrigation to support tree planting. So there is no landscaping going in on MDOT's contract for the center median. So it is about a 12 to 18 foot wide median, varied lengths down the parkway, and it's just going to be turf. It's what they call roadside seed mix. So we reevaluated the contract when they were finished with the first phase of phase 2 irrigation, and because the contract was awarded in the original amount of $398,000, which included the contingency, there's money remaining. So we approached Elmer's, who holds the contract, and we said, if this was something that you could do, what would be the cost? And city staff feel that it's an opportunity, if we irrigate the median, then we can vegetate the median. That would be something that the city would do, so MDOT would not plant the trees. City Parks Department can plant those trees. It's something that we do anyway, and it provides an opportunity for the center median to have trees, which would match the east side of the parkway and would look really nice. And so we're coming to you tonight to ask for a scope agreement to give us permission to, I guess, continue with the contract with Elmer's so that we can put the irrigation in the center island so that we can eventually put trees in.
Okay, we'll have any questions right now. Lance, and then Heather.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you have any data on potential water usage and what that would bump up against. I know we've had water conversations, and we're going to have a broader regional conversation around our water treatment. So is that, I'm assuming it's treated water? How much water are we using? What's that look like?
So the system's all adjustable, and it's everything that we're talking was previously irrigated all up until the reconstruction. So this is not new irrigation. We are replacing irrigation that was removed. And so we run, there's multiple zones. There's, you know, there could be upwards of 10 zones. They can run for 20 minutes at a time every other day. That can be adjusted. It really also, and also we have a Parks Department staff member he's our irrigation person, and he goes and adjusts them. So if we're getting lots of rain, he'll shut them off. So we don't run it continuously no matter what the weather is.
And then second question, timeline for planting the trees?
That will be in the fall.
In the fall this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then Heather, did you have your hand up?
No, I have a statement, so I have to wait until after.
Yep, Laura, please.
I have a question. Has there, so for the roundabout median, has there been consideration given to sight lines with trees? So as a frequent user of that roundabout, sight lines are already a little difficult, and I'm wondering about having something raised like trees and being able to see what's coming at you from the roundabout, and whether or not trees are appropriate there, or should it be something lower like shrubs or flowers?
So that's a good question, because we talked about the roundabout a lot during the landscaping design last summer or the summer before. So that is already in plan. It is in plan to plant. And originally the plan was like smaller shrubs, and then it was really MDOT who did the research, and they have, you know, their standards where they said what trees we can put in there. So staff recommended kind of, for lack of a better term, we were like, can we make it prettier than some of the other roundabouts around town because it's kind of our staple spot? And so we asked that MDOT look into better landscaping, and so we did end up with 4 different trees that will go in the roundabout, and they did approve those. So based on the studies that they do, they said that that was fine.
I would have concerns about trees and sightlines there and potential of just cars not being able to see people coming, but that's.
Well, I just want to back up though, because this has already been planted, has it not? And
Yes.
this, I remember at one point, this was part of the discussions of all the governmental bodies, including the band, Leelanau, and Grand Traverse, and the city at one point had all had conversations with them about what they wanted to see there. So that doesn't apply to this one, just to clarify.
Right.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
and we have Laura telling us that. So Mitch, you were next.
Yeah, well,
Question?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
That the mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute an amendment to the agreement with Team Elmer's installation of irrigation in the center median from Division Street to the roundabout at M72, M22 intersection as outlined in the March 16, 2026 communication from Parks and Recreation Superintendent. Such contract subject as to its substance by the city manager and to its form by the city attorney.
Support.
Okay,
And
thank
just
you.
a statement, I'm a little disappointed that we couldn't have packaged this into one irrigation contract and one landscaping project and it all be done. And okay, there'd be still some brown this time of year, but the grass is greening up really quick after last week's rain, and those tree buds are just about to break on the rest of the trees. So I am glad that we do have this back before us, and hopefully we will be able to move forward. And I'm really glad that there was a large enough contingency that it can still cover using the original funds.
Heather, you had your hand up before for
I
comment.
do.
Again, I see you.
So there is a very long and complicated story behind this agenda item, and it has to do with why we have a very wide median between Division and the roundabout, and a median that required the cutting of trees along Bay Street. We have a new commission, we have a new city manager, so I am not going to rehash it, but suffice to say that that was a real low point between the commission and the staff. I will not be supporting this. The commission did vote 2 years ago to reject the median irrigation and suggested using rocks instead as a way to save resources and management time, as well as to discourage pedestrians from hanging out on that enormous median while jaywalking across the parkway. If the goal, as stated originally during the reconstruct, was really traffic calming, then keeping that median slim in line with what is east of there would have done the trick and saved the trees. And it seems to me that there are many better ways, particularly after what happened last week, to spend $90,000. And that's a price that does not include the plantings or the maintenance. So MDOT's no irrigation solution is to plant roadside seed mix. If you've been driving around Michigan the last couple of years, you might have noticed that the standard roadside seed mix is now little blue stem. It's a lovely perennial grass that, if left unmowed, reaches 2 to 3 feet high. It is beautiful during all growing seasons. It can even stand up under snow, although probably not in the median. It's a major source of food for a huge variety of northern birds, but not geese. And it is native to the old prairie of Michigan. Little blue stem is a lovely light bronze in the fall with fluffy seed pods. It is drought tolerant, and it doesn't like fertilizers. If left unmowed, it will save staff time, maintenance expense, and $90,000. It will also serve as a deterrent to jaywalkers on the parkway. Voting no also respects the last commission's wishes and restates the importance then and now of respectful commission-staff relations.
Ken, Mitch, Jackie.
I'm going to wave off of my comment and
Okay.
we'll move to the next one.
Mitch then.
The last vote that we had was a 4-3 vote in support, but it's a contract that requires funding, so that was required of 5 votes in the affirmative.
That is true. Thank you, Mitch. Jackie?
I concur with Commissioner Shaw on her recollection of last year's decision that we were cutting down trees ostensibly for safety purposes, was rather frequently cited, as I recall, and now we're putting them back in 2 lanes over. And I have concerns, as Commissioner Ness expressed, concerning safety, visibility. I would certainly, I wasn't aware of all of the benefits of that particular roadside grass, but boy, it sure sounds good, and I would definitely be in favor of a solution that does not require spending $90,000 and that does not contradict the decision of our predecessors in the last city commission.
Just to clarify, there was a majority on the last city commission that voted for it, but not the super majority.
Not enough of a majority.
Yes, so I
Thank
want,
you.
before we say that there was a
Thank you.
universal statement. Ken, did you want to take your, you don't have to, I just am offering it back.
Yeah,
if you
I
want it.
just, I did not have the entire history of this conversation or the context, and that's interesting, very interesting. Definitely not going to turf this to another meeting. We'll decide on it tonight. But I just want to tell staff and the design team, I appreciate your thoughtfulness about this for the tree planting. I hate that we had to cut trees down during the Parkway reconstruction. It contradicted everything that we represent when we talk about that we're a tree city and we protect trees, and the lengths that we're going to talk about protecting the cemetery right now from the airport. Like, it was really upsetting to me. But the best time to plant a tree was yesterday. The second best time is today. And if we're going to plant them, we're going to water them. And this is the right process. Hopefully this grass can grow underneath it as well. So.
I do want to just say the city didn't cut down any trees. MDOT did within their right of way. So, yeah, it was not us.
But, yes, fair point, but trees were lost, so fair. Yes. All right, any other questions from commissioners at this time? Seeing none, any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call, sorry, not motion.
We're all tired.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bomer,
Yes.
Commissioner Funk,
Yes.
Commissioner Treadwell,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
No.
Commissioner Anderson,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No.
Mayor.
Yes, motion fails. Okay, so moving on to our next agenda item, we have, let there be a rotation of chairs here. The city attorney position, Lauren has tendered her resignation. We do have a little bit of time left with her, so now we are left with the discussion. As city commissioners, we have 3 duties. We employ the city manager, we employ the city attorney, and we pass a budget. Those are the requirements of us, and so as we are venturing into this discussion, we have Lauren here as the current position holder, as we would anybody else who's offered their resignation. We have some input from her, but we ultimately are deciding on this process ourselves. So, Lauren, I just wanted to hand it over to you to kind of go over some of the options you outlined, which are kind of what cities do, so that we can consider them.
Sure. So several commissioners asked me, what's next? And so I put together some options for the city commission to consider. The first one is just to post the position, and the HR department could do that. And if in that case you'd want to review the job description and then go ahead with that, you would want to go through an interview process that would probably be at least 2 interviews. And then you'd likely be looking at somebody having to give notice wherever they are currently at and maybe relocating. So that would be sort of a timeline that you might be looking at for that first option. The second option that has been used for these 2 positions is to hire a third-party firm to kind of like a headhunter to look for qualified applicants and bring them back to you. And that would require the city commission to identify that third party. And then you would vote to hire that person. There'd be some time again for working with that person on the job description, making sure that's up to date. And then the process would be somewhat similar, but with that third party bringing forward candidates to you. The third option, and this is also what many cities do have, is that they contract a firm to provide those services. And that would require the city commission to put an RFP. Well, technically not, it's a professional service, but I would suggest that you put together an RFP. That would require you to take a look at a scope of services, similar to with a job description, make sure that is covering everything that you might want to see that firm handle on behalf of the city, and then put that RFP out for a certain amount of time. I would suggest 3 weeks probably would be enough for firms to respond to that. And then you would want to probably have a rubric of some sort to have the characteristics balanced and weighed. I would suggest choosing some of the top contenders to maybe come and interview for that as well, so that you could get some face time and understand if there's a good fit. And then you could contract with a firm, and in all likelihood, they'd be able to start right away because they have the resources to do that. So those are just 3 of the options that that are possible. And what would be good is for us to understand at the end of the meeting what the direction is that the commission would like to go in, because we could bring you at your next meeting either a job description or a scope to look at. I will be here till June 30th, so I'm happy to help in whatever way you might need. I understand this is completely the city commission's prerogative. I'm a resource if you need, so I can help you through that. And I don't know if Ben has any thoughts. He works with the city attorney very closely. Additionally, Becky Ewing is here. She has a very unique perspective because she has been doing the reviews for this position. So she's heard a lot of the feedback and the needs from the commissioners along the way, as well as department heads. And that is something that I would suggest that you look for the feedback from staff as well as commissioners when you're looking at a job description or scope, to understand what the needs for services are from those individuals, because the city attorney advises staff as well as the commission, basically daily. So you'd want to make sure that you're not missing something that staff might need along with that process. And Becky has spent a lot of time with staff hearing feedback in that regard. So we invited her to see if there's any way the commission might wish for her to assist.
So really quick, before the tools in our tool belts have been laid out for us now, one question I did ask, because having gone through some of these hiring processes now over the years, is, these are our options. These are the models that people use. We realistically are looking at 2 months-ish, month and a half, sorry, I forgot what day it was today, before we don't have a city attorney. And we have a very heavy load for our city attorneys. So one question I did ask is, if we were to look at an RFP process, would it be feasible, would firms take, or be interested in taking like a year-long contract where we gave ourselves time to keep the business of the city moving? Also then evaluate how that process was going, since we've never tried that, well, we haven't tried that model in a very long time. In a few months after that, and then be ready to either move on to hire somebody new at the end of that term, look at hiring firms. And so I'm kind of offering that out there as a potential gap filler, because all of these processes, maybe we could have a law firm ready to go, maybe for if we were permanently doing it, but we'd all have to have decided mutually what our long-term thoughts are and our RFP process would look like. An individual, we'd be looking at months before we'd bring somebody in. So I had a concern about that timeline, and so that is something that's available to us, as well as kind of a temporary fix, with the idea that we'd have a longer process to gear up for it after kind of taking care of our immediate needs. Lance, go ahead, and then Jackie.
Yeah, I think I'm generally in favor of engaging like a third-party human resources company that could come in and interview your directors, Ben, and interview you and kind of get an understanding of what everybody needs, and then work with Becky and make sure that the commission's voice is heard in that sense too. But I was concerned because I think that's the way to do it. That's how you find some really high-quality candidates because they'll go engage a national search that none of us are going to do. And I would hope that if we did that, and this is just my opinion, that firm is local, so they have skin in the teeth, or
skin in the game.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
It's late.
It's late. Skin in the game. But my concern is what's the stopgap, because I sit on a different board that's not city appointed, and we've been trying to hire an executive director for the past year and a half. And so it is not a fast process. But then again, does it have to be an RFP where it's going to take us a whole bunch of debates and meetings, or is there something, Benjamin, this is more of a question, and maybe even Lauren, to you guys, is there a threshold, are there firms that you already work with that we could fill as a stopgap in the meantime, that you could even bring to us and say, hey, we could do a 3 or 4 month contract with this firm without having to do a whole RFP? I don't know, it's just thoughts.
As these are separate positions, I'll have Lauren answer that. And I just want to, actually really quick, I just want to be clear. The reason why Becky here is more of if we are formulating an RFP for information. I did not, the intention was not to have her lead any kind of a search or anything like that.
Okay.
It was just more the perspective, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I think the answer is yes, and I did just go through an RFP process for Tax and Labor Council, which we already outsource, and so and we did have very good qualified responses to that. So we do have at the moment some qualified firms that have responded for those services, and I would be comfortable with any of them. Actually, I've said to the city manager, we can't go wrong with any of them. They're all excellent. And so if the commission wanted to simply go from there, I think that's possible. We would need to reach out to those and say, hey, would you like the whole enchilada? There are others as well that I know in the state of Michigan. So if the city commission is permitted under the purchasing policy for professional services to forego RFPs if you wish to do so. And so I think the short answer to your question, Lance, is yes. Okay. You could do that.
And that's a really good suggestion as well, Lance. So thank you for that. Jackie, you had your hand up, and then Laura, and then Mitch.
Yes, thank you. Do I understand correctly that Grand Traverse County uses a law firm on retainer and then, call on from their staff various specialized skill sets and individuals who can advise them on a wide range of legal topics? Is that the model that they use?
I don't know exactly what their retainer agreement says, but they do have an outside contract for civil counsel.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, do I remember that certain of our current contracts for services are for instance, a 5-year period, but released 1 year at a time, so that there is a potential exit point every year, even if the retainer agreement was for a longer term? Is that an option?
And some agreements do provide for a termination. I mean, they all do. So like there's some arrangements where it's every year it's sort of up for a renewal, but there's also a provision to terminate sooner if that was a desire. And I think you'd want to retain that option, of course, should you desire to exercise it.
My general preference is that of retaining a firm as opposed to hiring an individual. I think in this transitory period that we're in, it's a great way of getting acquainted. It's also a very good way of retaining a lot of flexibility in terms of our access to a variety of legal services and, establishing a professional relationship. I would like more details about how that looks in real life. Do you have one key client contact legal representative, and then they are the ones who farm out the various needs to the best qualified folks on their firm. And I wonder also if we retain a firm rather than an individual, what does that mean in terms of them being our employee? You know, how do you evaluate the performance of a firm on retainer as opposed to an individual? So those are some questions that I had.
And I appreciate that, because that is definitely part of the conversation, where even if, let's say, we did mutually decide that we want to go with a firm at least for a stopgap or maybe longer, but not a full RFP process, we can still send Lauren and Becky or others to kind of formulate a little bit of like, here's the questions you want to ask, or here's the questions we're asking of you at the May 4th meeting. How do you want this handled, so that we can be a little bit more clear, instead of just saying, hey, do you want to come work for us? We could kind of hammer out that you get so many hours on retainer that commissioners can ask questions during, and these services. And I've been informed that oil and gas, we will still always have to be independent, because there's only like 2 in the state.
Right,
But other than that, what would that look like for us? So we can still refine that a little bit, and if whatever decision we move forward with tonight, we can still refine it a bit at the next meeting without delaying a lot of time. So those are really good questions. Thank you.
And one question you had, Commissioner Anderson, the city commission has to appoint an individual to be the city attorney. So if you retained a firm, you're retaining the firm, but there is one person under the charter that has to be named.
From that firm.
Right.
Thank
Correct.
you.
And that is how Tax and Labor Council are currently structured. We retain a firm with a specific attorney to be the lead point person for that.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Laura was next, and Heather, in your hand.
It's late, so I had to increase the size of my font on my computer because my glasses weren't quite doing it. But so this is a really critical, important decision that the commission is going to make, and it is our job by city charter. And I don't necessarily think it's about right or wrong. It's what best fits our needs at this time. So I come from a healthcare background, and I think of an in-house attorney like a trusted primary care physician, someone who knows the organization, they're accessible day to day, they manage most issues really, really well. And at the same time, just like a great PCP, in-house counsel can face burnout from competing demands and really long hours. And there's times when you need a specialist, whether it's complex litigation, labor law, or specialized areas like we just noted, oil and gas, and perhaps that's where a firm or outside counsel comes into play. I think it's fair in my few short months as a city commissioner to say that our acuity level has increased, complexity in terms of the issues that we face. Our legal needs have become more complex, and that likely means that we need a more consistent approach and a deeper bench, if you will. And so we also have to consider timing and Lauren's transition, and with her departure on June 30th, I don't feel like we have the time to find a search firm, recruit, hire, onboard, have that candidate give notice, bring them in. So I really like the idea of a stopgap or a kind of a shorter term contract with a firm to give us a chance to have that coverage. It also might give us a chance to date before we marry with a firm, and then determine whether or not that's a model that we like and whether or not it fits. So I'm in favor of, for the near term, potentially engaging with a firm, whether that's through an RFP, or I like kind of this hybrid approach of maybe we take some recommendations from our current city attorney while we evaluate what model is going to work best for the city and the city commission.
Thank you. Heather?
I agree with everything that Laura said.
All right.
We are a small town. We need somebody sitting in the chair. Who's going to stop by the office, to solve our problems, to speak to our doctor. We need that. We also need somebody with local knowledge. We have witnessed the pitfalls of hiring somebody with no local knowledge, or even the knowledge of a municipality of our size. But it's going to take time. The only problem that I can see with the stopgap is if it's, what do we do about an issue like historic districts? How are they ever going to understand that unless it's a local law firm?
Well, I know that we like to think of ourselves as very unique, and we are. We are special, and we do live in the best place in the world,
Yes,
and
we
it is
do.
special. And I say I'm not being sarcastic. I really mean that. Municipal attorneys see things like this regularly, so it's their job to understand each municipality in its unique and special circumstance. So I do believe that that a firm would, another municipal attorney will be able to get up to speed on these things. I do believe that. I am very committed to the commission, to the city, to the staff. I will make sure that the transition is as smooth as it humanly can be. So all of the things that are going on that somebody needs to get brought up to speed on, that will happen. So I don't want to leave the city in the lurch. That's not what's happening. I'll do what needs to be done to make sure that that everything gets handed off appropriately. But I do think that, it's complex issues, but attorneys, that's their job to get in there, to understand it, to immerse themselves in those issues. So I do believe that's what will happen.
So really, really quick, I think what I'd actually like to do, given the hour, I'm kind of having a Richard Lewis moment here, we're going to move this along. I want to poll everybody here and kind of like we did with the DDA meeting, quick answers, firm for stopgap and have that brought back to us. Would you prefer it be somebody we're already working with or a quick RFP? Those are the things I want from you. So firm, yes or no, one we're already working with, or RFP, and then whatever we decide we can have brought back to us with two options of end of the year or something like that, or a year, or some kind of term period so that we can evaluate and then decide if we want to go back to a single attorney or keep a firm. And that would, like was said, we can try before we buy a little bit too. So we'll start with you, Lance, please.
Yeah, definitely a stopgap RFP if we could do, if it's quick, with also bring us some recommendations. And at the same time, I would like to see our city manager engage some potential, I don't know what the word we used in here, headhunters, to put it lightly, but I would like to, I think they can happen at the same time.
I'm going to say that is our responsibility for us, not to direct the city manager to
Okay.
do. So if we want to do that, we could have that as part of the conversation of that, is that the will of everybody at the next business meeting as well? Do we want that? Do we want to wait a couple months and hire the headhunter? We can add that to that conversation then. So thank you for that note.
So we're
If
just
there's
talking right now.
Yep.
Stopgap,
firm, basically.
and is it an RFP or are we looking? I think we're going to get better results from an RFP. So
Okay.
I'm gonna-
So firm RFP, great.
Firm RFP.
I feel like I don't have enough information about the capacity, either locally or how big a scope we would have to go to find.
So an RFP? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we have multiple attorneys with municipal.
I don't want
attorneys.
us to at all assume that the attorneys here are just waiting for us to dump our caseload on them. I want to make that very clear. Maybe they are, and they will answer an RFP or get in touch with us, but go ahead.
Firm RFP, and
you.
I would suggest at least a 2-year period
Okay.
for that RFP.
So longer duration.
Hoping to attract more interest.
Great, good point.
The quick stopgap with the firm RFP process, I hope that we will eventually look long-term to possibly fulfilling that with an in-person consultant or with an in-person attorney, but I don't think 2 years, but I think 18 months, because
Okay.
if we fill this quick stopgap, that gets us to when Laura leaves.
I know,
When
lots of
Laura-
names
when-
to
it's- my eyelids are spasming because I've been focusing so intently, but that takes us to winter time, which is hopefully a less rigorous time as far as things that are on our plate, because it seems like spring right into July is budget time, and the things that we've kicked down the road as well. And then we want to enjoy summer, so that winter is the time where I think
You're here.
18 months puts us
Yes.
in that like
Yes.
appropriate, like
Yes.
it's a little bit lighter load that time of year. So
Agreed.
18 months is what I was thinking.
Okay, so what I'm hearing as consensus is longer period, anywhere from 18 months to 2 years, whatever that might look like, as initial RFP, for an RFP from a firm to get us through and get us on solid ground. I'm going to, Lauren's our expert in-house, kind of have her think about what that, the questions that go along with that charge are that attorneys would in general. We will give input at the May 4th meeting as well ourselves. This is not Lauren making the decision. It's her using her expertise to kind of help us create this. It will be ours, just like we have with any staff thing that gets brought to us, to put our requirements and what we're looking for in that. So does that sound acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Jackie.
Just a suggestion, can we get a head start on the rubric for evaluating what comes in on those RFPs?
Yeah, that's something that we talked about already a little bit in
Yes,
that.
great question.
Because Amy and Laura and I talked about it for a minute, and what I would suggest is to bring to you on May 4th, a draft RFP, a draft rubric, and then in between now and then, I would sort of poll the staff to understand if there's anything that they specifically would also like to see as far as services.
Sounds great.
So, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, so we've got the direction out there. It is late. This is not an agenda item or a motion, but I'm going to be generous if anybody wants to take advantage of it. Does anybody have any public comment on this item specifically?
Sorry, Grant Parsons, 895 Washington Street. You're not taking notes. I should be talking over here. Anyway, look, I appreciate the discussion you're having. I thought that Carnegie discussion was fabulous. Maybe you've thought of what I'm going to say already, but I've thought about this. I've talked to a couple of people. I'm not in the running. I'm retired, by the way, and I think Fred Bimber is too. So we're not. This isn't any hat I throw in is not mine. But you live in a attorney-rich environment. We have more attorneys and bicycles in this town. We got more retired judges or wannabe judges, and you have a very experienced city attorney. I think you ought to call on some of the expertise. Maybe you've already got the rubric done and finished. I called Phil Rogers, one of the great judges that we ever had, and I asked him if he would consult or sit on a panel when you're interviewing people or making the rubric. He said he would. I can give you his, if anybody wants, I can give you his number privately so it doesn't show up on wherever this broadcast is going. Tom Power is another one. Pete Doran, I don't know if Pete's still alive or around here, but he's a former city attorney. But I would start out with the presumption that you want to save the money. I appreciate the headhunter fix in society because I've gone through enough board replacements to understand that's how it's done. But I'd save the money, use some of that local expertise from the 8 million lawyers you have in this town, and the questions are very specific: ethics, expertise, specialty in municipal law, availability, and I do think, given the land use issues that come up here again and again and again, that some local knowledge is really going to be helpful. And I would tell you, with the salary package you have, you are not going to anybody with hat in hand. You are at market rates, and that pension and the things that go with a job. You can do what you want to do. Hold out for the best, because you're in the running, and it's not just the half of the bay is the pay. Or the bay isn't half of the pay. You are right in the running, as you say, for a beautiful place, beautiful everything. Thank you very much. I would really suggest if you take me up on calling Phil Rogers. You know Phil. He's going to have an opinion, and he might really be a help. He's a former mayor of Traverse City, long-term judge. Give it a ride. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, so bringing it back, in the meantime, since we have the directive to staff, if Phil Rogers or anybody wants to email us about the short-term rubric, we'd love to hear from that too. But in the meantime, we'll have staff bring this back to us on May 4th, and we'll get moving with some kind of an interim, short-term conversation that will continue in the next couple of weeks. So I thank you all for that. So moving on, we still have a couple of appointments here. So let's move to the Election Commission, and this was Lance, Heather, and Mitch. Any comments or want to make a motion? Oh, Heather?
I recommend that Pamela DeMurle be appointed to the term expiring December 11th, 2028 on the Election Commission as recommended by the Ad Hoc Committee consisting of Commissioner Bomer, Commissioner Shaw, and Commissioner Treadwell.
Support.
DeMurle is great. We
Yes,
really like
she's great. She's been on other boards. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you for that ad hoc for doing that great work. Next one, Historic Districts Commission. This is Jackie and Ken and Mitch.
Yes.
Yes.
We recommend that Martha McLeod be appointed to the term expiring June 30th, 2029 on the Historic Districts Commission as recommended by the Ad Hoc Committee consisting of Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Funk, and Commissioner Treadwell.
Support.
All
He
right.
was listening in our meeting earlier. I
Okay,
saw.
well, thank you for that, and thank you to Martha for being willing to step forward again on that role. So, Marty, sorry, that's right, I have interviewed her before, that's right. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And my fingers aren't even moving fast enough right now. Okay, Human Rights Commission. This was myself and Lance and Mitch.
Hot hand up on all three.
Yes, you did. Yeah, that's right. The luck of the draw early
Yeah.
on, huh?
I'd like to make a motion that Laura Miller be reappointed to the term expiring June 30, 2029. Elliot Ratner for appointment to a term expiring June 30, 2028, previously held by Leah Moskovitz, and Anya Nysen for appointment to a term June 30, 2029, previously held by Merrick Roman on the Human Rights Commission, as recommended by the Ad Hoc Committee, consisting of Mayor Shamrow, Commissioner Bomer, and Commissioner Treadwell.
We want to thank everybody for the previous.
Support.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And we'll give Ken that. And thank you. We want to thank everybody for their previous service. Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And lastly, we have our quick, this one's a little bit more of a discussion, so we won't run through this as quickly. But we have changed our rules, so we have a city commission appointment on Parks and Rec. I know that Commissioner Shaw has expressed an interest in this. Do we have any other discussion on that, or does somebody want to make a motion?
Well, I know as someone who sat on the Parks and Rec ad hoc, that there was interest from Mitchell.
Okay.
And one of the discussions that we had was there is not enough continuity between the conversations that are having at the Parks Commission, or is it the committee or commission? Parks and Recs Commission and the City Commission, and we felt that with the amount of interest in parks in general in the community and the support that they gather, that it would deserve some commissioner representation on that board.
Yep, and we yeah.
Laura, do you want to speak to this at all? Because you were on that ad hoc with me.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea originated in that ad hoc interview process, and parks are extremely visible in our community. We saw tonight several parks-related issues that came forward, and I think that the connection and communication between City Commission and Parks and Rec Commission has never been more important. So I think that is really important. And I would feel very comfortable with Heather Shaw serving in that role. I think she's expressed an interest, and she has been very engaged in Parks and Rec issues. Last year when they were talking about the master plan and how that was going to be developed, she attended several meetings, and I was impressed with her knowledge and willingness to just jump right in. So I'd like to make a motion to nominate Heather Shaw.
Support.
Thank you. Was that to be appointed the Parks and Rec representative beginning in an ex officio non-voting capacity,
Yes,
and will
all
transition
that.
to a full voting membership on September 1st,
All of
2026,
that.
term expiring to September 1, 2029.
Thank you, Mayor
Okay.
Shamrow.
Thank you. And sorry, who was the second on that?
That was
That
me.
was Jackie. Okay. And as the motion was made in that note, I know that Parks and Rec used to have a representation on the Arts Commission, and then that was whittled down. So I know that is a hat that Commissioner Shaw already wears as well. So that's what we'll do. Any further comment from the commission on that? Any public comment on this of our one member of the public? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Roll call?
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Treadwell?
No.
Commissioner Funk?
Yes.
Commissioner Bomer?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Get everyone? Okay, so motion passes. Thank you for that, and thank you everyone for working on the rule change for that, and that we have that better continuity. Okay, last here, any reports from anybody's boards?
Tomorrow is Planning Commission.
Thank you.
They're,
The car wash at
the car
Garfield.
wash
Oh.
is coming back.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
the results of the
Not gonna
traffic
be able
study
to
that
keep
was
it out,
requested.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Lastly, any final public comment? And I believe we do have one very special one, and true, we'll give as much time as he wants to, since he waited through this whole meeting.
He spent 35 years waiting for this moment.
36 here, Commissioner.
36. I cut him short.
Yeah, I've got a 20-minute prepared statement.
Good for
Not
you.
really.
You deserve it.
Actually, just two things. One really quick. Big hand to Lauren. I can't express how supported and calm and good to go that the firefighters are that have to get involved on occasion with the legal system, just by the nature of what we do as emergency professionals, particularly in a emergency medical field. They're going on a call. 2 years later, they get a subpoena and they get deposed. And without fail, Lauren has always made time to take my calls, see my memos. Sometimes it's, hey, Lauren, you got a minute? I need a ruling. And she always makes time. But and I've participated in some of the reviews from time to time over the years, and I wrote on a couple of them. She looks like a sweet Sunday school teacher, but in the courtroom, in her venue, don't mess with her. She's very, very tough and very, very committed, and I'm certainly going to miss you, and thank you for all your support. Yeah, you're welcome. Also, too, I did a little bit of quick math for those that might be interested. And so over the about 17 plus years I've been chief, and with 8.5 years on the City Planning Commission, I figured I've got about 478 meetings in this room, which comes out to almost 1,000 hours, which is about 4 months sitting here in these chairs. And I feel, based on my experience sitting over here on the side or up on the dais up there, that the City Commission and the Planning Commission too, but the City Commission in particular is heading to a really good place, different place. There's always been challenges, and there's always been time for good conversation. But especially with tonight, and I got my money's worth out of this meeting for sure tonight. But with all the public comment, everybody's interested in being respectful and in a discourse back and forth. You're always supporting each other. Even if you don't agree with each other, you're still supporting each other. And that's so important for this public body, to keep up that support and keep up that pace and that momentum, because things are always going to come at you. And, you know, we have a very engaged community here. I'm sure you can tell by tonight, and with other issues. And with that comes a responsibility of you know, gritting your teeth and getting through it, because there's always important issues that are coming at you. And not a lot of them can wait really, really long, because there's a lot of eyes watching. There's a lot of staff watching. There's a lot of the employees watching on what's going on. And I think that you're on pace to do really good things coming at you. And truthfully, all kidding aside, I'm going to miss seeing this. These are the things I'm going to miss, one of the many. And I just want to say that having had a small part of it over the years, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity, and looking forward to the next chapter. But thank you for having the faith in me, for the faith in the department, the projects we've brought here. I like to say stand on their own 2 feet. You know, the time and the effort that it takes to bring projects here is worth it. It's not personal, but sometimes it's hard to separate out the heart and the compassion for what you believe in. And so, you know, just understand that when other projects are brought as well. It's not personal, but they care, and that's why they're here. And I know that's why you're here too, as well. All right, I'm kind of talking to the choir here, but thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
We've suspended the rules, so let's just do that. Thank you, Chief, so much. Is there any other public comment? And getting a wave off here. I actually I don't want to go on too long because Chief expressed it so well, but I did want to take a moment tonight to thank everybody on the commission. We've had some long meetings recently. We've done really good work, though. I think the RFPs we've put together in the last few weeks, the conversations we've had, and it's just, I really appreciate everybody up here for how sincerely and honestly you engage with each other, and we all engage with each other, and the way we elevate our conversation. So thank you all. I really do appreciate it, and I'm very lucky to serve with you all. So thank you. And with that, we will adjourn for the night. I'm not going to get a missed night on Duolingo yet. So I'm working on my Japanese.